Oh, I could do coyote noises. Oh,
So love
that's
that.
right. I do too.
Nice.
Coyotes are awesome.
Talk to us about the alliterative.
Oh, what's with the alliterative? Or you like the alliterative? What was that?
I like it, but talk to.
It just kind of came to me off the top of my head. I like, but probably just because of stuff going on. So yeah, uh, uh, whatever. For those who may be watching who don't know, my mom passed away a few days ago, and so like the love lost liturgy thing, I think just kind of semi spontaneously probably came out of that. I guess like it's I've noticed over the last couple days, watching my dad and even just like observing myself and my own actions in the regular day-to-day stuff. um I guess I'll go love loss and liturgy in reverse. So like the liturgy part, liturgy is like your um it can mean a few different things, but one of the things it could mean is sort of your routine for a given um event, or something like a Sunday morning service for church can have a liturgy about it, like a given sort of this, then this, then this, then this. So maybe it's like worship music, then your sermon, or worship service, then meet and greet, and then sermon, or whatever, right? So, and that's for all different kinds of religions, and not just religions. It's also for your work day, or if you go in, you clock in. There's like your kind of your set rituals, um, and it's interesting how, um, in the wake of losing someone, um, you you become sort of more meta aware of maybe your little liturgies that involve that person, even you didn't even think that they involve that person, and it turns out they do, right? So with my dad, for instance, he went grocery shopping yesterday, and he got in there, he grabbed his first few things, and then he was lost. He was just completely lost in the grocery store, like didn't know what to grab next. And he literally like out loud asked my mom, like, what should we get next, even though she's not there, right? So there's like this, and I similar thing. I went to a gas station earlier in the day, that same day, so yesterday, and for several months now, anytime I've gone to get gas, it's because I'm going to meet my dad to go down to the city to see my mom at the hospital. And so I go into the gas station, and I go for like the snack aisle because I usually grab my dad a few snacks and then I go pick him up. And I was like, well, damn, like I don't have to eat these snacks anymore because I'm not, like, that's not why I'm getting, it's not why I'm going in here right now. And so love lost liturgy. Love is, you build these relationships with people, and part of these relationships evolve into sort of liturgies. You don't necessarily plan these things out the way your rituals evolve around these people. And you don't even really, probably don't even really notice the liturgies until that person is gone, and then those liturgies become more apparent in the fact that they've become ritualized. So anyways, that's I think probably where the love lost liturgy thing came about, even though it seemed spontaneous when I just blurted it out because it's just a nice little alliteration. But yeah.
A beautiful way to characterize habits, maybe too small a word. Choose the rituals that we have connected to a certain person. that you have certain rituals connected to a certain person, to think of that as a liturgy. Worship is adoration, and then you create a structure of adoration for that particular person.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Christian, you've experienced profound loss in your.
I have a question. Is it Mitch glitching for you as well, or just me?
He's also glitching for me. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
I didn't know if I
last-
should go in. No, I didn't know if I should go inside or not. I was like, is it my
No,
connection?
no.
So, okay.
I think it's Mitch. Yeah. So Mitch, you said the last I heard you say was that I've experienced profound loss, and I was thinking you're probably going to mention like my sister as well, right? Or was that in your mind at all?
Your sister and your mother. This is
Yeah.
and you're a young guy, and that's.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's it kind of emphasizes two things, and probably gave birth to these two things that I really believe quite strongly, and that's that one of them sounds almost like redundant nonsense, but that's suffering is suffering. And what I mean by that is oftentimes in certain religious spheres, people take certain scriptures, and in the New Testament in particular, in the Christian Bible, in the New Testament, and they seem to imply that suffering shouldn't be viewed as like a negative thing at all, and where since scripture indicates that we should find joy in the midst of our suffering or something along those lines, then we're supposed to be like happy and not sad about our suffering. And I think that's a tremendous disservice to the person going through the suffering, because it waters down the joy that's contrasted with the suffering. That's one thing, right? So if I'm never willing to, let's say, embrace suffering for at least a period of time, and recognize it for what it is, and not try to pretend that I'm happy or anything like that, then when the actual joy comes, maybe in later on, or even in moments during the suffering, there's something about suffering that is like it's like dissonance in its proper place in a song. So really beautiful music has little touches of dissonance here and there, right? Where it's like it perks your makes your if I was a dog, it would make my ears like flop up, like, whoa, what was that? But in a good way. Dissonance can be used terribly in music as well, but it can be really like something that helps enhance the harmonious part. So there's harmony and there's dissonance, right? And if they're kind of aligned just right, or sequenced just right, they serve each other. The harmony makes the dissonance stand out. The dissonance makes the harmony seem more harmonious. And I think like suffering and joy have that sort of relationship. And so if you focus on one to the detriment of the other, or you try to ignore one completely, and people are prone to ignore joy just as much as they're prone to ignore dissonance, I think, or at least to some extent some people are prone to ignore more things than others. Some people like to really wallow in their nihilism, and I've certainly had periods of that in my own life where anyways, so in terms of losing my sister and my mom, some people with good hearts and good intentions try and whenever they talk to me, it's always in a way that's trying to get me to shift from viewing this as a negative thing in any way. And again, I understand that, and I maybe some people even need that, you know, but for me, especially when I practiced this when I lost my sister, it wasn't an intentional practice, but it was just a intuition that I had, and I followed it to really kind of wallow in it for a bit. You know, yes, I know my sister's in a better place. Yes, I know to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And I know so many scriptures that indicate leaving this life for what follows is ultimately a blessing for the person that left this world. But scripture also makes it very clear that life is a good thing. You know, God chose to create man, and death was initially a curse, right? At least in some way, it was a negative consequence, and so I have I take issue with a lot of theology that really focuses on denigrating this current life, right? This is a fallen world. You are to hate your life. You know, they take scriptures, and they take truths, and from my perspective, they just simply misunderstand. And unfortunately, due to that misunderstanding, you come to not realize that you have contempt for God's creation. And I try as hard as possible not to have contempt for God's creation. And so one of the things that I do to, well, this is going to make it sound like I do this intentionally, but one of the things that I'm inclined to do is recognize that losing someone is indeed one of the worst things you can go through in your life. And because having that person in your life is one of the best things that can happen in your life. So I don't know. That's paradoxically, I believe that taking that route as an orientation towards loss and suffering and mourning has really bolstered and like fortified, strengthened my faith, to where things like this that happen, losing my sister, losing my mom, and then other less severe things that were traumatic and suffering regardless, have not caused me to waver in my faith. And I don't say that as like a prideful, arrogant kind of thing at all. It's just I've always accepted the fact that, you know, horrible things happen, and I knew that fact before I believed in God, and then I didn't just all of a sudden stop recognizing that fact of existence once I did start believing in God. So that's kind of all for that.
Yeah, man. It's so funny. I texted my buddy just an hour ago, and I was saying the thing about suffering is that it's actually suffering. And we have all these different ways, and I guess they're defense mechanisms of glamorizing it or subverting it or repurposing it. But the fact of pain when it comes is it is just that. It's painful. And when you get to it, when you actually get to it, you're like, oh shoot. And all of my thinking about it prior to it, you almost you abstracted it to the point that you forgot just how visceral it is. And I mean, suffering, man, loss and suffering. Yeah.
Yeah, it's even like if I were to have a severe sickness, right, and let's say I took certain doctrines to their fullest extent, and I would utterly ignore my sickness, and I would perhaps even call it a good thing and leave it at that. Whereas if I recognize my sickness for what it is, and I accept it for what it is, and I bring it before God, and I petition Him and beg Him and cry out for healing, and let's say He doesn't heal me, okay, whatever. Let's say He does, and like to that healing is only going to be the meaning of that healing for me is going to grow in relation to how much pain I recognized I was in. You know, if I was intentionally trying to pretend I was not sick, and then all of a sudden the sickness goes away, I'm going to recognize that the sickness went away, you know, but then what am I going to what am I going to testify about even, you know? Like, oh, I was never really sick. I didn't believe I was sick. You know, I'm sniffing. I'm sneezing. I'm coughing. I'm maybe like throwing up in the aisle at church, and people are telling me, "Oh gosh, what do you have? You might have the flu." No. I don't accept that. I reject that. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. You know, which is, you know, some of the distortions of some of the name it and claim it stuff. I'm not anti-name it and claim it. I'm just saying this is one of the distortions of that kind of thing that can happen, is that people will literally deny the truth. They'll deny reality.
Yeah. You know, well, you have to get into the habit of doing what you're saying, which is calling good good and bad bad. And I think what's getting kind of mixed up in here is sort of the parable of the farmer who, you know, he loses his horse and they come back, and every time, you know what I'm talking about? The what is it? The horse
Chinese
runs away.
farmer.
And yeah, the Chinese farmer. Okay, so you got something like that. That's a principle in there, and that principle is so that you don't pretend that you have the ultimate perspective on things, or that you can put your trust in a higher perspective than your own, and that there's an ultimate good at play. But we are positioned. We appear to be positioned in a sub reality, and in the sub reality, there are things we're told that are good, and there are things that we're told are bad, and it's okay to call them that, even as we're entertaining this principle of some higher goods that can come out of it. It makes sense to call good good and bad bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Reminds me of I mean, you've read A Grief Observed, right, Christian?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of that I put it in the private chat, but it was when he says, whenever he says she died, she is dead, is the word so difficult to learn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that book is just phenomenal.
Yes,
It is.
Christian, how much of Lewis's bibliography have you read?
So I think at one time or another, I've probably read all of his apologetic type stuff. I've read all of Chronicles of Narnia at one point or another, and I've read the first two books in the Ransom/Space trilogy, but I haven't read any of his. Like, there's some things that I haven't read that people tell me I would really love. It's like Till We Have Faces. I haven't read. Yeah, there's a couple other things I haven't read of his that I probably would like. Yeah.
Have you read The Golden Key by George MacDonald?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. I read a bunch of George MacDonald short stories. Oh man, The Golden Key. I'm trying to remember specifically.
You guys really like
I think that one's about his wife passing, if I could guess.
The Golden Key.
It might. Yeah, you probably find a lot of. You probably see your father and your mother in that story. I would guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, you're the one that actually. I'm sure you know this. I think I've told you before. You're the one who turned me on to George MacDonald, Christian. On into Fantasies too, which that book was gosh, that book was healing for me whenever, I mean, like I said before, I know it's a very light thing, and when you're comparing loss of a pet to loss of a person, but I was going through a rough time with that, and you turned that book. I will say that I've said that before. That book was a lifesaver for me. I think because going through that, I know it's exactly like you say, and that quote by C.S. Lewis always stuck out to me: "The death of a loved one is an invitation." It literally, I mean, you just lose a part of yourself. That's all it is. And I remember even when I lost my dog, I remember I said that. I think I even said it to my mom. Well, I mean, but I was like, it'd be easier if you died, because I was like, because you're not here every time. It's over into the liturgy, and I literally did everything in my life I did with that dog, and you don't even realize it. Like I walked out of my house and went to open my car door, and I was just like, oh, something's missing. Like every single thing I did was missing something, and I didn't live with my parents at the time, so it's like I meant it in a way of like, not that the heartache or the weight of the loss would have been more. It just would have been easier to ignore, because it's not in
wouldn't be
everyday
your face.
Yeah, and so it ruins. I mean, it just disrupts your entire life. And like you said, going into that gas station. I mean, when you were talking about that, I almost started to cry because it was just like, because you don't realize it until you do it. Then you walk, you're just on your routine, and then you're like, it just like it hits you out of nowhere, and you're just left standing there, just like you don't even know what to do for a moment. You're just like, what the heck?
Yeah,
How did I get here? It's crazy. I'm sorry you're going through it, and I don't know what to say other than that. I don't know that there is much more to say other than that. You just try to, I guess, be there with people. There's really no lifting them out of it, and we'll just try to be here for you. I remember that was the thing that just stuck with me the most too, is when people would, don't necessarily try to shift your view or shift your emotions, or, I mean, people do it with all the best intentions, but when they just almost acknowledge it and just say, I'm sorry, like,
yes,
I'm sorry. Sorry about your grief. Sorry about your mom. I'm sorry about everything you're going through. There's nothing good or fun about it.
What would you guys say are the, not for dealing with grief, but what would you guys say are the pieces of art? You mentioned like the Golden Key, and we talked about Grief Observed. What are the pieces of art that you've interacted with that were, as you were interacting with grief, were kind of meaningful to you?
Dude, Fantasties, I still weep every time I read, especially the part where he gets to that woman in the house, the great grandmother woman, and it's got that little sign. Somebody put the sign in the text, the symbol on her door, and it's like he goes through. There's 4 doors in her house. When I get to that chapter, I was just bawl, because he goes through one door and it's like going into the house of death, basically. And then he says later he doesn't suppose he'll see that mark again on a door until he's it's on his own grave, his own coffin, things like that. But that book was probably, like I said, that was a life changer for me. Saver, changer, all of it. What would you say, Christian? You got anything?
The first thing that comes to mind is probably music. I think I have maybe a few different ways to answer this. I'll just go off the cuff. But so earlier today, I was at the grocery store, had to grab a few things, and of course, the grocery store plays mostly music from my childhood. I was just like, I literally had to move in close in the aisle to the items and just basically act like I was looking really close, reading ingredients, because I was losing it at the grocery store today.
These damn onions.
Yeah, God.
Because of the association with your childhood.
Because the association. Well, and one song in particular was Whitney Houston's "Want to Dance with Somebody," and it was one of my sister's favorite songs. My mom loved the song, and it was just like this, just double whammy of emotion. And then just also, I think I've talked about nostalgia quite a bit off and on. Like, I haven't dedicated a whole bunch of time to it, but just often it comes up in my mind a lot. And so it wasn't just, and maybe it wasn't even primarily the association with my mom and my sister. It's also association with the lost childhood, right? Like the childhood is gone, and more, obviously, as I get older, and more people that are in my memories turn into ghosts. Those memories become less pleasant and more sort of sour, you know. I don't think it necessarily has to be that way. I think maybe for a time it has to be that way, but I think there's got to be a way to, like, over time properly orient myself to those memories so that the nostalgia is more joyful again. But I'll let that time come when it comes. But but you asked like a kind of a different question, I think. And
Yeah, do you find those songs like, do you find those healing or helpful, or is it just kind of a too much emotion?
So those kind of songs, like whatever 90s childhood songs or something like that, late 80s childhood songs, aren't really so helpful, but other songs are. So like there's certain instrumental music, not necessarily classical, but instrumental blues, instrumental jazz, instrumental like folk guitar sort of stuff. That sort of stuff can really have a calming, ineffable impact on my emotional state. And like in particular, there's this guitar player called Phil Keaggy, who not a lot of people know about, or at least not as many people should, not enough people know about. He's a Christian guy. He was the first musician that my father-in-law pointed me towards when I was first dating his daughter. And he knew I liked to play guitar. And he's like, oh, you should check out this guy. Because he also knew I liked to do like finger picking on guitar. The only finger picking I really knew how to do at the time on guitar was the intro to Stairway to Heaven. So I was like, he's like, how about you check out some of this other stuff instead of Stairway to Heaven? So he points me to this guy, Phil Keaggy, and it's just like such peaceful acoustic guitar stuff. And it just like washed over me, just this, like, just peace, comfort and peace. And so that kind of music can really help me with those sorts of memories and moments.
I was looking him up. I've heard the name before. Maybe you've told me about him before. You probably have. Okay.
Maybe.
That's interesting. I'm glad you find that healing. I remember when I went through that. I don't think I listened to music. Very, very rarely. I mean, music was a huge part of my life until I was done with that, and then I just kind of probably like your experience in the grocery store. I just found it unbearable for a while, and I just didn't even listen to music for almost 2 years straight. Just like hardly, like literally no music. But maybe longer than that. I don't know. But I think it has a healing effect for most people. Yeah.
How about you, Mitch?
A lot during that time, though.
Like you, I think music, but it's sort of in the interest of like I want a thumb on that bruise, kind of. I want to stay aware of the wound, or maybe better than the thumb on the bruise is, I always think of like when your lips are very chapped and you're like, I have to smile, or something. Like you pull them apart and it's just like pops them all over again. It's en route to healing, and you like I still need to be mobile here somehow.
Mhm.
But
I wonder if it's you. Would you say that's good to do that, to keep a thumb on the bruise?
I don't know. But I know, like, that's why I wanted to designate, like, not things that help you, not pieces of art that help you heal necessarily, but are you're they're with you as you interact with the grief that you're experiencing. I
That's
thought, like,
interesting, actually. Yeah, I could like revise my answer a little bit in light of that, if you don't
yeah,
mind.
please.
Yeah, yeah. So, because this is related to the suffering is suffering thing as well, and like wallowing in it for a bit
Mhm.
and letting it be what it really is to you, and maybe even a little bit more than it is. Because I'll definitely do that at times too. Like if I'm um, that goes across all the different emotional ranges. You know, if I'm angry, um, you know, maybe I'll want to listen to like Metallica or something. If I'm particularly depressed or sad, maybe I'll want to listen to something like Alice in Chains or some other kind of grunge stuff. If I'm, you know, like with my mom, for instance, I've been putting it off, but I know I need to do it. I need to listen to Leonard Skinner's Simple Man. Um, just because grew up on that song. My dad was in a Leonard Skinner tribute band.
That's awesome.
My mom loves that song, and I just know, like I'm almost crying just thinking. I know when I listen to it, it's gonna be an absolute wreck. It's gonna be, but I need to do it, and it's that kind of the thumb on the bruise thing, right? It's like I know, um, what's the word where you burn a wound to clean it.
Cauterize.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like doing that, right?
Yeah.
It's like I know I need to do this, or like rubbing alcohol on it, or something like that to clean it. You know, it's like I know I need to do this thing that's
Yeah.
going to like hurt immensely because it's what's going to make way for the healing afterwards. So
Yeah.
Do it.
It's
Do
very
it.
much.
Make.
Go ahead, Jason.
I was just saying, make a ritual out of it or something when you do it.
That's what I was gonna
Like,
say. It's
oh,
very much
look
like
at the stars or something. There's certain songs. I've mentioned that to Mitch before. Like, I will not listen to certain songs that I love the most until I'm in a certain place. So I'm like, I don't want to ruin them. They become like holy for me or something. It's like,
yeah,
like even when I was in, one of the girls there was playing this song. She picked up my phone and clicked play. And it was some Gregory. It's a certain Gregory Alan Isakov song, and I was just like, it's like I can't really listen to this. And she was like, why not? And I was like, it's just attached to too many memories. I can't listen to it right now. And there's just certain songs like that where I'm like, it's got it's everything involved in it. And so yeah, there's another song Mitch knows of that like I listen to it maybe like once a year. Happy Birthday, Baby. That's a good song. So,
well,
but yeah, I would
you
say
know,
do that when you listen to it. Like just get in that place. I don't know, and then
it's
cauterize
like
that wound.
well, it's like all the pain is it's what you like agreed to. It's like the return on your investment of good times and happy. It's like the other shoe is dropping or something. In grief observed, what do they say? The pain now is part of the happiness then or something. But it's the ritual aspect of it is like, oh, like you're every time you engage with someone in a loving way, you're you're agreeing, assuming that you outlive them to to you know bear that burden when they're gone. Every time you do that, you're like piling on the suffering for yourself later in some sense. It feels like, but
Yeah,
it's right to do this.
yeah, it is right. It's right to do it. I have a question for you guys too, though, because you were talking. I think kind of in regards to keeping a thumb on the bruise, like you said. Have you guys ever experienced just the total apathy, I guess, from loss of just you get like you kind of go through the grief and then is that just a process of it when you get to that point and it's just like I don't feel anything anymore? or is that just not, is that not a normal thing?
It was like, I have like not reverse thing about that, but I mean, that was my default for until I was probably like, this is horrible. Well, actually, Jason, you might like identify with this or whatever. In terms of like human loss in my life, most of the time it was someone like so sort of detached. Not that I didn't care about the people, but they were so time and attention wise detached from me that like it didn't really affect me much. You know, I might be moved a little bit emotionally at the funeral, looking in the casket or something like that. But even most of them, I was just like, this is like a weird thing to do. I wouldn't really get it. You know, I'm just like, okay, you know, like,
yeah.
But then when I lost my first dog, I was wrecked. I was wrecked because that dog knew everything about me. You know, like knew everything. You know, like I just like I was a young boy when I had her, when we first got her, and then I was in my early teens when she died. You know, I was like 14 or something like that when she died. And so that dog, I got attached to that dog in significant ways, you know, just as also as someone who was extremely introverted, very bullied, had 2 or 3 friends tops, and then like nobody else besides it. It's not like I just had a couple of really close friends and then I had a bunch of like not so close friends. It was no, I had like 2 or 3 friends, and none of them were as close as my dog was to me. And so when she died, it was I was a wreck for a long time. And then it wasn't until my next dog died. He was a Great Dane, so he didn't live very long. He only lived like 8 years, something like that, which is fairly long for a Great Dane. That was another hard one. And I was actually like there when they put him to sleep and stuff, and I got up close so I could feel his last breath like hit my face.
I did the same thing. It is surreal. It is awful and so special. When you talk about Hevel, everything is that last breath going. You're just like, oh, I felt it. Yeah.
And then after that, it wasn't until my sister died, and then that was just, you know, it didn't do anything to belittle the losses of my dogs. It was a different. It was just a new experience. You know, I didn't have like, I don't think I had regrets when my dogs died. I missed them terribly, right? And it was I had suffering, but I had so many regrets when my sister died. Because I didn't keep in touch. But yeah, as soon as I found out she died, I looked at my messages. It had months since I even messaged her. It was just, there was a lot of extra baggage that came along with losing my sister. And then similar kind of thing with my mom earlier today. I was at the grocery store, looked at an item, expiration date was like January 22nd. And I was like, that's pretty close to my mom's birthday, I think. And then I'm like, sorry, Ma, I never actually learned to freaking memorize your birthday. And I like lost it again in the grocery store. So I was like, how the hell didn't you memorize your mom's birthday? And now it's too late, you know? It's like, it's terrible. So, anyways,
well,
yeah, it's.
What is that verse in Ecclesiastes? Good name is better than precious ointment in the day of death than the day of one's birth. So remember this day. Well, I mean, not this day, but that's what that happy birthday song is. I play every year, not on their birthday, but on the other day. But I don't know. I don't know what you do with that. I remember when my sister lost her dog. You know, she was experiencing that same thing. I've always experienced that too. With like, I just so much freaking regret. And she was experiencing that, and I just told her, I was like, you know, I don't think you can avoid that. I think you just always are looking back, and it's just like, I could have done this, I should have done that, I should have done this. And I don't even know what to say or what to do about it. I mean, you could, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
My dog died. I knew she was dying. Well, she was sick, and she had cancer, and I went home to visit her because I lived in a different state. It was my childhood dog, but I had gone to school, and I drove down to visit her because I knew she was going to die. And when I got there, I heard her barking in the backyard, and I went in the house to drop my bags off, and I got distracted talking to my mother, and we were talking about the dog, and she said, you know, uh, actually, come to think of it, I haven't heard her bark here in a while. And I was like, no, I heard her bark when we got here. And we went outside, and she was dead. I was like, wow, I missed her by like 20 minutes. And I was like, why didn't you go straight? Why didn't you go straight to her when you got here? I couldn't believe it. And then we buried her then. But the regrets thing is funny because I have a pretty serious regret associated with my mom's mom, but it was a regret I was holding, I already had before she died. So I was living with the regret, and like, when you regret something, you feel like you've wronged someone, you're always trying to get out ahead of it in a way, like uh, be especially kind to them or go out of your way to do something to them. But it doesn't really make it go away. Now, anyway, when they die, if they die, it's that much more pronounced, and it's almost arbitrary, but it's still very much there.
Mhm.
I like that movie Tokyo Story. Ozu. The boy says you can't serve your family beyond the grave, and I'm not sure if that's true because you get all of these legacy type rituals. In the liturgy doesn't end with their death because we're going to take the the principles or the thing our inheritance from them they gave to us, and we're going to perpetuate that, and we're going to do that sometimes symbolically, sometimes like very actively, and so I really like this liturgy thing that you've brought, and I want to think about that more in an individual, in a relational way. So I'm glad that your opening monologue was meaningful to me.
Well, there's something about there's something about nostalgia there too, where because it's I think it's proximity to a liturgy or kind of like involvement in a liturgy that involved a lost person that triggers nostalgia somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, or it could be something like less liturgical. It could be like just a scent that happens to come your way, right? And there's in terms of what you said about legacy and being able to serve your family beyond the grave. I think one of the things that mourning, grieving, negative nostalgia even can instigate in a good way or inspire in a good way is if you properly orient yourself towards it and reflect on it, like why am I feeling this way about this nostalgic memory that used to be positive for me, and now I'm saddened when I think about it. Maybe it's sleeping over my grandma's house, right? And now I look back at that and I'm like, okay, well, like my grandma's no longer here with us. I actually just lost her 2 years ago, and I lived with her for a while even. So memories that are associated with her have been soured to some extent. But if I reflect on it and I say why, I say, well, I had all these good times with her, and now she's gone. But if I allow myself to take it a step further and say, well, can I build new liturgies or something like that with my children, maybe, in honor of the good memories of my grandmother, then I'm allowing the goodness of those memories to have a new life for my children, you know. And that's something I had thought about that a while ago with nostalgia, and I kind of forgot about it. That there is this positive utility of it if we're willing and able to see why is this powerful experience happening to me? Like, why is this nostalgic moment happening? And yeah.
That's a good question to ask when you're having a powerful experience like that.
Especially in forms of nostalgia too. I never really thought about that. You're like, yeah, you have the opportunity to pull that memory back into the future and weave it into your very present somehow. I haven't thought of that because oftentimes nostalgia is just, I don't know, when it hits me, it's just like, sometimes it just feels like a wave, and sometimes it's so heavy, and I don't know, I never thought about trying to leave it into the present or grabbing it when it comes, I just kind of, if nothing else, will be like, that's nice. Hopefully I'll see that in the future somewhere, in the resurrection or something like. But I never thought about trying to weave it into your very present.
Yeah, well, it can be a powerful
like
thing.
with that song in India. Like, I mean, and now that will be attached to just sitting there and listening, because I didn't turn it off, and now I have another with that nostalgia when she played that song in India, and then just being like, this song reminds me of this and that, and that's what I told her, and so it kind of, in a weird way, like, we used it together, even though I wasn't really wanting to listen to it at that time. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna think about that more. That's really good, man.
Yeah. Well, it's dangerous. I get the sense. I've always tried to keep nostalgia at arm's length, because though I've never done hard drugs, when I've had strong nostalgic experiences, the word that comes to mind is heroin. It just reminds me, like, of scenes that I've seen in movies of people taking heroin and just like losing themselves in the high of heroin, is like what I feel I want when I'm in a deeply nostalgic moment. I just want to like disappear. And so like, I always kind of try to distance myself from nostalgic experiences, but I think there's got to be a way for me to like properly cultivate a proper orientation towards it, so that I can actually, there has to be a proper orientation towards nostalgia. It's such a thing. It's such a powerful experience at times that I have a hard time thinking that it's just a flat out negative thing.
It's so much more fleeting for me, it sounds like, than it is for you. I really, when I get a wave of it, it's a brief wave, and I'm almost trying to like tease it, like, oh, stick around, but it disappears very quickly.
Does it ever hit you? So that's the way I always feel like to describe it too, is like a wave. But I've had times where it just, like, I think you mentioned this to me before, Mitch. You asked me, like, do you ever feel it hit you so hard where like there's like you think you're like getting hit by a wave in the ocean too, like you hit that big wave and then you're like, there's no coming up from this one, but then it goes, you're like, oh, I'm back.
Especially sorrow, I think, in that, when we were talking about that, when it's related to nostalgia, as Christian's kind of alluding to it, but when there's like this deep sorrow, and oh my gosh, you think, well, this might be it for me, actually.
Yeah, and you think, I'm not coming up from this wave. And
then later it's almost like you can't even appreciate what happened to you when you're not in it. It's like when you forget when you get sick again or something, like really nauseated, like vomiting. You're like, oh yeah, I forgot what this is. When you're over it, you're like, yeah, whatever. But like when you're sick, you're like, oh, this is what this is like. I forgot. It's like
Yeah.
gagging and
I
retching
have
and
I have another question for you guys, for both of you. Do you ever, when dealing with the grief and sorrow and things like that, do you feel it physically? Like, I don't know the right way to describe it. Like I remember when my dog died. It was probably the second day. Like, I don't know how else to describe it other than physically, because obviously it wasn't physical. But the only way I know how to describe it is it felt like someone was taking a garden spade and just shoving it in my chest. No, I'd literally like just kind of hunch over, and it felt physical. Like, it was weird, not painful, but just like the churning side felt like it really felt like everything was churning. Do you guys get that experience, or have you had that? Or
So I definitely have a physical experience. Yeah, I'm kind of not so much in it today, but the last couple of days leading up to today, for sure, it was like not pain, not even discomfort. It was like similar to the feeling when you pull an all-nighter, and you're just kind of like you have this weird feeling the next day, you know. It's
dark, empty feeling.
yeah, empty. Empty is like definitely a good word for it. Yeah, lost, kind of floating.
This manifests as weakness for me. I know, like I will struggle to get up if I'm lying down. I'll feel especially heavy. I'll feel especially hungry. And when I've been suffering grief most, like I could have no appetite. Right. That's one way physically it would affect me, and I would just waste away a little bit. And I remembered I would have nosebleeds a lot, and I didn't know if they were at all related to maybe just not taking care of my body generally. But yeah, there's definitely a physical effect to serious grief. But it sounds like you're talking about like actual like physical pain.
It's like me. I wasn't. I wouldn't call it. I don't know that I would call it pain.
I mean, it's just like
it's not
on my chest. It's not painful.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, because it is painful, but it's not like. I mean, because this coming from someone who used to cut himself, like I would probably rather cut myself than experience that again. So it is painful, but it's not the same feeling. Like when you cut yourself, it's like it's almost like burning. You know, like it's a weird. I mean, I'm sure you've been cut with something. You know, hurt. So it is pain, but it's like a different type of pain. Yeah, I mean, I just remember, I don't think I've experienced that all the time with loss, but I remember experiencing it that time. And it was, that's the only way I know how to describe it. It was just like kind of someone sticking a knife in your chest and then just kind of twist it around and being like, I'm just going to scrape a hole here. So, and put something in it, maybe. I don't know. But I remember, yeah, I mean, it's weird because I would like. It wasn't just like emotional, like that's why it's weird. Like I almost want to say it was physical because like you just really, really felt it. The only other time like I felt something, I mean, maybe it's just when the spiritual bleeds into the natural, kind of like that. The only other time I would describe feeling something kind of similar is whenever I've talked about how I hated my neighbor that one time. But you know how I went so far. It was like, and I knew I had to forgive him, but I didn't want to forgive him at all. But that was like a literal, like it felt like something like was in my, almost like in my gut. Like how you hear those weird spiritual stories and like Christian, you know, and like the weird charismatic circle where they're like, then I vomited and this octopus or something came out, this black ink came out and things like that's what it felt like. Like they were like tentacles or something like kind of twisting inside, and I physically would want to vomit when I saw him. And the only way I know to describe it is it was physical, but at the same time it was more spiritual than physical. But it was kind of like almost, I don't, yeah. And so the grief and this felt like along the same lines in that.
Think about guilt and shame and the types of physical associations I would have when I would feel those things severely. And I would feel like flames at my feet, almost like coming up past my knees, or I would feel like this sort of corruption of physics. Like I would always uh, have an awareness of my body, but not a normative awareness, like an awareness of it shrinking to the point of snapping or something. And these sharp needle-like pains associated with that kind of. But this is interesting, but I don't know how much of this is just us really reaching for describing the indescribable, or if there's actually some there. If the feelings we're having in grief or guilt or hatred are actually producing something that's physically similar to these like a cut or a burn.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, there's certainly spiritual your spiritual state. There seems to be scriptural evidence for the fact that your spiritual state does impact literally your physical state. Right? I think David cried out a bunch about his, or whatever psalmist it was in particular psalms, about what is it? I forget which particular emotion or whatever state of being you want to call it was impacting his bones, his back. So it's like there's certainly a correlation there between those things, and I think to some degree it might be even dependent upon your temperament as a person, maybe. So like grief for Jason might be a different physical, might have a different physical impact than it has on other people, right? Or even anger for that matter, right? Like if I'm very angry with someone and I see them, it's a burning in my chest. Like it's like a hot, like burning in my chest if I see them or think of them or something like that. Which thankfully right now I can't actually think of anybody, which is wonderful, but it's definitely not always the case for me. But yeah.
I felt a burning in my chest before, but it's only been at very rare times, and I've never associated it with anger. It's been a weird, it always ends up turning into like a weird, strange spiritual experience. Like it's usually with it, almost like an interaction between someone else, but I'm never like mad at them or anything like that. And sometimes it's almost like, I almost want to associate it more with nervousness or something. There's been times where I've had a thought come in my head, and it's like, you should do this, and then it'll be like, I want to do that, and then it'll be like, the thought will come like, what if you don't do it? And then I'm like, oh God, I gotta do this thing. And then it gets like in my chest, and I'll feel it like burning, where like it's almost like it's like a weird conviction or something. It's almost like one time it happened was my friend Brandon, we met him and his wife thought I was homeless, and so they tried to buy me a drink at Starbucks, and then they saw me. I was like, no, I'm fine. I just chilling here.
You don't wear shoes.
yeah. So that was how we first met. But then like 2 days later, his was a police officer, so she like kind of knew stuff that happened. So 2 days later, he calls me up and he's like, hey, this kid drowned. You want to go pray for him for resurrection? And I was like, yeah, man. So we were going to his mom was there, and we were going and praying over this kid. We went to the funeral home before they had taken his organs out, and he was just like laying there, just a cold body, still wet from the river he had drowned in. And to this day, I am still more shocked that he didn't wake up. Like it was like even Brandon's wife, she's the same thing. She was like, She was like, I was freaked out. She was like, I was thinking in my head, this kid is going to get up and I'm going to swear in front of everybody, just be like, oh shit. And I was thinking the same thing too. I'm still to this day more shocked that he didn't. I don't know why. But anyway, we prayed over him that night. And then me and Brandon went back to the funeral home for like a week and we just walk around it and pray. And then we went to his funeral. And see, this is where it gets embarrassing. I probably shouldn't say. But that thought came to my head, like, just pray one more time. And they're getting ready to lower his body in the ground. And this is like, I'm this white kid, and it's an all black community too. And I was just like, I can't do this. Like, thinking in my head, like, what the F, God? Like, if this is you giving me this thought, go away. But then it was just like, then the thought came, well, what if you don't? And I was like, gosh, which one do I want to live with more? Will I regret this forever if I just don't try to ask if we can pray one more time? So I just walked up and like in front of everybody was like, I'm sorry, like I really don't want to do this, but can we just pray just one more time? Just pray. And they said no, and just like kind of kindly escorted me away from everybody. And I just like sat on the ground and just cried. I was just like, yeah, I was like more broken of like just being disrespectful. Like I did not want to be disrespectful at all.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I was like, you know, everything's flooding at that time, and you're thinking about like his mom. That was, I think, the thing that got me most. I was like, you know, I was thinking in my head, like, worst case scenario, they all beat the crap out of me or even murder me or something like that. I was like, but if I just like, if there's any chance for him being back with his mom, like I'll take it. And I don't think I was disrespectful at all. And I mean, I've seen the family since, and they still thank us for, you know, coming and praying today and stuff. But that was one of those times. Sorry, I say all that to say that was one of those times where I felt that in my chest. And so I don't know if it was nervousness. It probably was. It could have been the devil for all I know. Jacob will probably tell me it's the devil. The audacity. Trying to. But I don't know. That's another thing too. I don't know when you pray for stuff like that either, because when I've, you know, when you experience the loss of a loved one in your own personal life, I've never had like that. Usually doesn't come to my mind of let's pray for resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that doesn't come to me. Like when I lost my dog, it was like, I'm not gonna pray for her to come back. Like, I don't know. I didn't feel robbed in a weird way. I mean, you do know, and I don't know when you actually pray for something like that. Like when there's, I mean, maybe you aren't supposed to, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, my dad, yeah, my dad prayed up until with my mom, like up until a little while after she had been declared dead, you know, basically. But the heart that, I mean, I was really blown away by my dad over the last few months. Like he was just something else. And, you know, he would pray every day with her. And, you know, he was praying all night, the night before. But the way he would pray, you know, he's just like, because my mom was in really, really bad shape, especially in like a couple weeks leading up to her death. I mean, her body was just not having it. Her body was just getting worse and worse and worse. And it was like, we got to the point where my dad's just praying. He's like, either heal her completely, Lord, or take her, you know, because it was just like, if she's just going to get like slightly better and eventually come home and have zero quality of life, right? Yeah. It was like, what's even the point? Because the whole point of her getting the dual lung transplant was to improve her quality of life. She could have lived a bit longer without the lung transplant, you know, but she had to carry her on oxygen 24 hours. She wanted to be able to play outside with her grandkids. And so you know, my dad just got to a point where he was like, you know, if she's not going to get better, then I give her over to you, Lord. It's like, whatever your will is, God. And he was even praying that early on. He's when it was starting to go downhill. He's like, I want her here. I want her healed. He's like, but Lord, whatever your will is. And I was so glad that that's how he was praying.
Yeah, that's good.
So glad, because he could have easily. I want to be careful about how I say this, but the different people have different orientations towards praying for healing. And there's other people very close to us who would take a very different approach. And, the death of my mom for those people would have been absolutely spiritually devastating.
Yeah.
Because it would have been like, I don't understand. I'm praying the right way. I'm fully believing for this complete healing. And it didn't happen, and that's always like, most of my Christian walk, I've been envious of people like that, right? I'm just like, man, like, I wish I could just have faith like that. Like that's, but since before I was saved, I knew that there was mothers who prayed day after day after day for their terminally ill child to get healed. The child doesn't get healed and dies. So I knew that from, like, I knew that that's the case. So when I would hear certain doctrines about prayer saying, like, basically you just have to, with some scriptural support, you just have to have enough faith and it will happen.
Yeah.
But this is where I, get in trouble with some people. That doesn't jive with who I know God to be. Because I know that these moms who pray for their children who die anyways, I know that my God's not like, you didn't quite pray right, so I didn't heal your kid. Like, that's total bullshit. It just is. So I don't care what, if this is an area where I don't care what scripture says. If it says something that contradicts that, then my understanding of that scripture is wrong. So I'm not going to flat out say the scripture is wrong, but I'll say, like, if I'm reading it in a way that says, mom didn't pray quite right, so her child died, then I'm reading it wrong. So that's where I'm at.
And I mean, I know what you mean. I kind of that's kind of I think the circle of Christianity I grew up in was kind of the same way, and it's almost. I mean, I think they would literally say, if you pray, your will be done, God, that you're not praying in faith,
right?
Because you need to have a firm stance and know what God's will is, because you have the scripture. So that's where you get God's will. And if you say your will be done, then that means you don't know, and you're not in faith, and you won't get, kind of the implication is you won't get healed, or the healing won't come, or things like that. And then like you said, people still die, people still get hurt, and your faith gets rocked. I'm really glad your dad was praying in that way as well. It's a weird I don't know if weird's not the right word, but it almost strikes me as a type of communal praying with God, where you're in it together in some weird way. Like when you're praying, not my will, but your will be done. And you're still telling God what you want. But in that way, you're still with him in it, and he's still with you in it. But then he can be with you there in the grief that does it. You leaving, Mitch?
Yes, but I really enjoyed talking to you guys. Love you guys, and thanks for sharing. Talk to you soon.
Too, man. Thanks for joining in here.
Take it easy, Mitch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's heavy stuff.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of George McDonald's quotes on my phone. Man, all relevant. All of this. That's all.
Yeah. Nice.
Actually, I wrote this thing today before I even saw your live stream this morning. And I don't even know why I wrote it, because I wasn't thinking about really anybody dying. But I was trying to just write some lyrics to a song. But it says, "Is it a mystery to me? You should have never died at all. I'm still wishing for a crutch to help me stand up tall. The angel never cared to bat her eyes at me as she floated by and by. But I dig my graves into the dirt and hope for the sky." It's kind of dumb. Like, I write really bad poetry, but sometimes it makes for decent song lyrics, I guess.
Yeah.
But I just kind of, I don't know. I wrote that before even, like, I don't know. Yeah, because I wasn't, I mean, I haven't talked to you a whole lot since that happened, and then I wasn't sure. It's one of those things, too, I never know what to, I'm glad you did the stream today. That's really bold of you, too. Open about that, but then, it also helps because I didn't know who to tell, or if I could tell anybody. You don't really want to do that. But.
Yeah, I know some. Yeah, we did a little. Yeah, we were kind of, me and my dad and my brother were kind of careful about it the first couple days. Not for ourselves, like we didn't care if everybody knew, but we knew that like certain people would have wanted to know before,
Before
the whole public thing.
Yeah, but, so I don't hear it through the grapevine.
Yeah. Right. So we did all that business first, but yeah, I didn't really know like the idea for making a video about it or doing a live stream about it at all was just like didn't occur to me until today, and then I was like hesitant about it at first, but then I realized I was only hesitant about it because I was worried about how other people would see it, and like in terms of I didn't want to come across as like social media attention grabbing in the wake of my mother's death thing. Like,
yeah.
So I was hesitant about it at first, and then I'm like, nah, but I just need to do this, so I did it. So.
Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, I think it's helpful for everybody. I think it's kind of the same way Grief Observed is helpful for so many people now, because you're just honest about the grief they're going through, even if it doesn't make sense theologically. And I don't know that it ever should, really. It's just, just bearing it out there for other people to see is helpful.
Yeah.
That's one of the quotes here. The intellect has so very little to do with grief. It's George MacDonald. The dearest trifles sometimes rivet the attention in the deepest misery. The intellect has so little to do with grief. I don't know, man.
Yep, it's true.
Did you get I posted it in a comment earlier, but when you were talking about music, and it has that dissonance or something in it, and that quote. I don't know if you knew that quote by George MacDonald, or was that where he talks about that. It says, "As in all sweetest music, a tinge of sadness was in every note, nor do we know how much of the pleasures even of life we owe to the intermingled sorrows. Joy cannot unfold the deepest truths, although deepest truth must be deepest joy. Cometh white-robed sorrow, stooping and wan, and flingeth wide the doors she may not enter. All sweet lure with sorrow for every love."
Yeah, George MacDonald for me, man, he was the first. So a lot of people will say about Jordan Peterson, they'll say he says stuff that I like think, but I don't know how to put into words, right? That's what they'll say about Jordan Peterson. Yeah. And my first experience with that kind of thing was George MacDonald, but in the artistic way, right? Like he can.
Yeah.
It's just I I thought I kind of had that with C.S. Lewis to some extent. When I would read some of his stuff, I'm just like, oh man, that's like so great, you know. And then, and then when I probably through C.S. Lewis came back around and found George MacDonald, and started reading him, I was just like, oh, this guy is like my soul. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's just, yeah,
Yeah.
so great.
That's what it did for me. I mean, can't I can't thank you enough. Because I remember that, like, what was it? Like, I think you had listened to a podcast where I was talking to my ex-girlfriend or something, and then you said, "Hey, you should tell her to read George MacDonald." And so then I went by like a used bookstore, and I had never read him. I think I read one of his sermons once, and I didn't know it was him. Because I think Luke and Sherry had sent me the Justice sermon a long time ago, and I didn't even know it was him.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
But then the only book by him at the bookstore, they had like 2 copies of Fantasties, and so I bought her one. Don't think she's ever read it at all. And I was like, well, I'll buy another one for myself. And it says on the front like a fairy romance, and I was like, I probably won't ever read this thing. Like, this is probably like for girls or whatever. I started reading it, in the first chapter I was hooked, and then literally, I mean, I cried so many times throughout that book. Yeah. I still do. Like, I still do. But in a good way, because you just find it healing. I don't know else to describe his works other than, like, he engages with all the sorrows of life, but then leaves you with just such a hopeful. I think almost every work I've read of his is just about redemption and hope. Is how it ends. Like, there's that thread running through it all the time. Yeah, it's just so good. I don't know, man. Have you experienced any dreams?
What's that?
Have you experienced any dreams since the passing of your mom that have stood out to you? Or
not since her passing, actually, but while she was hospitalized, I had a dream. It's actually kind of hard for me to remember. Usually my dreams are pretty hard to remember, but she was like walking around, and I was talking to her, you know, and I woke up and felt sad that, you know, I knew she wasn't like that. I knew she was bedridden and she was basically unresponsive in the hospital. And one of the things that I've come to really appreciate about myself that I used to have contempt for is the sort of contrarian, devil's advocate kind of thing that I just like instantly go to no matter what. Like, if I have a thought about something, I just argue with myself immediately. Or if someone says something, even if I agree with it, I'm like, well, maybe. And so the thing with my mom, like having this dream about my mom walking and stuff, if I was most other Christians that I know, I would say, oh, I've had a vision. My mom is going to walk again. Right. And I immediately said to myself, well, yes, but maybe in heaven. Like, you know, so I was just like, doesn't mean that I'm going to see her like get up out of the hospital bed and walk and come home, you know, and everything's going to be normal in this life again. It's just like, it could be even better for her. Like, and, you know, and sure enough, you know, someone else at church had a similar kind of dream. Now, granted, and this, again, contrarian devil's advocate kind of guy, it's completely expected for people who know and are close with my mom to have dreams about her being well. Like, that just makes sense. So it doesn't have to necessarily mean anything prophetic at all, right? But this other guy who I love and I respect deeply, had a dream that my mom rose up out of her hospital bed, right? And so he called and told my dad that dream, right? As in, like, she's gonna be, you'll have her home again. My dad didn't tell me, you know. He told me a couple days ago about it, and you know, part of me was immediately like pissed off. You know, it's just like, I hate this kind of crap. Like I've heard it happen so many times. You know, even with stupid shit, like, you know, all these prophets that were saying that Trump was going to be reelected. It's just like, stop it.
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing this? You know,
Yeah.
like, just, what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, I think the main,
anyways.
yeah, I think the main reason I asked, I guess, wasn't so much of like a weird prophetic theme. I guess the kind of idea of just, you know, I mean, every night we go to sleep and you're kind of practicing death. And so, yeah, if you get that in your dream, it's like, well, of course she's gonna be walking in the dream. She's not there. And that's kind of what I think too, is like, you know, when you go to sleep at night, you're not in your bed. Like you're somewhere else. I mean, your body's there, but like your mind's totally somewhere else. And I think there's probably more evidence to support that fact as well, that people go places in their dreams. I've even heard people of meeting up in dreams together. Or that, I mean, people, like, I've never done that, but the whole idea of projection is something else. We actually go somewhere else. But actually, I don't know, just the nice, I mean, I would just take that to just be, I guess, just a nice, pleasant interaction or encounter with your actual mom. If it's in a dream, I don't think we put enough emphasis on the reality of dreams, you know, or something like that. But
I usually,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I usually will actually more so have waking experiences. So, like day before yesterday, what's today? What is today? Today's Tuesday, right?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so
it was Monday.
My freaking time is all jacked up. Anyways, one of the last couple days I was driving home. I should know if this was Sunday because that's the day my mom passed. I think it was Sunday. I was on my way home. Oh yeah, it definitely was. I was on my way home and I was close to home. I was about like 5 miles from home. Snow everywhere. It was nuts up here in New York. Like it was really bad. And so I'm going super slow. And all of a sudden, you know, I'm looking at this tree. And I thought it had like a bunch of leaves on it, but they were all birds. And they all just start like flying. And they were doing like, you know, I don't know what kind of bird it is, but they're like in these patterns and it's just like moving. And then just like more, like it was like 3 or 4 like clusters of birds just like interweaving with each other and just like going with me as I'm driving for a little while. And then they left. And I immediately thought like, thanks, Mom. Like, you know, it was just like, it was really cool. Yeah.
That's really cool. That's awesome. Yeah. My Uncle Mark passed away. My dad told his brother. So his wife's name is Donis. And gosh, I want to say it's a cardinal. There's a certain bird that symbolizes like past loved ones or something. Well, they were playing, so they used to always play Pinochle. It's a card game, and they'd stay up like till like midnight, 2 a.m. playing this card game. And so my dad and some of my uncles went to see his wife and Donis, and they were sitting outside on the porch, like late in the night. I think it was an enclosed porch, is what my dad said. And my dad was talking about it. Like, it was the weirdest thing. He was like, I've never seen anything like this before. This cardinal in the middle of the night just flies in and just starts watching us play Pinochle. And my aunt Donis, oh yeah, that's. She was like, yeah, that's Mark. That's your brother or something. My aunt Donis just like knew right away. But like, you know, that's my dad. Just like, I think my dad was definitely more open to it after that experience. But before, he probably would have never thought anything like that. But yeah, it's just like
my so like speaking of pets passing away, my dad is the worship leader at our church, and he was recording a song with my mom. This was years ago now. Oh man, I don't even know, like 10 years ago or something. And so they record a track. They listen back to it. Now, mind you, so this was in the church. There's nobody else in there. It's just my mom and my dad, and they were just recording. They listen back, and you can hear clearly a dog bark. and it sounded just like our old dog, our Great Dane that had passed away like a few years before. Crazy. There was no animals in the church, nobody else in the church. Wild. So cool.
That's nice. That's really cool, man. Yeah, I don't know how you explain stuff like that. It's just special. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of those things are just special most of the time, more than prophetic. Or if they are prophetic, I think they should at least maybe be sat on for a while, meditated over. But I don't know. I guess I should ask too. I thought about this a while back, but then I didn't want to like interrupt the flow or anything. Did you want me to put a link in the chat for anybody? I didn't even think of it. Sorry.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I didn't know if you were wanting to talk to other people or because I just kind of started it.
No, that's totally fine. Not a problem.
Okay. Because I did, yeah. It was you, me, and Mitch, and we were just talking, and then I thought about it, and I was like, oh, I don't know if anybody else might wanted to be a part of it, or if you wanted anybody else to be a part of it, but this conversation. But,
no, it's totally cool. Open the floodgates.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody will join. It's
headphones are such garbage. It's so annoying. They were really good. I got these like Bluetooth headphones years ago, and they lasted so long, and now they're dying on me. Like no matter how much I charge them.
What are they? Just because you're not a Mac person, are you? So they're not AirPods.
No, they're these cheapo like Tozo something or another. They decent. Like they're only like $30 or something.
Yeah, as long as they work. I had some of those. I don't know what happened to them now. I bought some cheap ones and they worked fine. Yeah, they're good.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. There's no like echo or anything, right?
No, I don't hear it.
Sweet. All right, good. Yeah. Actually, I like these so much that I ended up buying like over-the-ear headphones by the same company, and they're I should actually probably go up and get those. I'm gonna take you with me.
All right. I'm gonna post this in the chat too. Your GoFundMe. Can I do that?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, I'm doing that. Oh, everybody, whoever's watching, that's Christian's GoFundMe. If you want to help out, please do. There's the link. And whoever wants to join, you can click the link if you want to hop in here. What's that blue light, man? That's cool.
Yeah, I started getting a little bit fancier in my office setup.
Are you working tomorrow?
Yeah. All right. Oh, there you are.
Do you have your own schedule?
Pretty much. I just have to make sure I make it to meetings and stuff like that, which are at set times. But other than that, in terms of when I get work done, I can pretty much.
That's not for everybody.
Yeah.
Some people, when they have that, they don't get any work done at all. I know some people like that. Like I know a guy, one of my friends who is a realtor, and it's like, as crazy as the market was, he was still struggling. And I'm like, how are you struggling? Like, you don't have to do anything at all.
No, I mean, I have my days for sure, but where I'm like lazy or whatever, but it just bites me in the ass in the end. Like then I have to like really struggle to get stuff done. But
yeah,
sometimes I work best when there's like a time crunch. But it's stressful. So it's nice when I'm actually responsible and get stuff done ahead of time and all that.
Yeah. I usually do the same thing. I don't like work hanging over my head. So like even if there's not a time crunch, if there's not a crunch, like even if someone gave me, like if my dad gave me work and said finish it by like a week from now, I would do it all the night because I just feel like I don't want to think about it. I'm just gonna stay up all night and get it done. That's probably what I would do because I don't want it hanging over my head. So.
Nice.
Then I'd have a week off or something. But yeah, I kind of almost have my own time schedule now. Weird that, well, I do and I don't. Like there's a turnaround time on how much I can get done. But if a lot of the stuff I've been doing is remotely now. Tomorrow I have to go out to courthouses, so I have to go out and work. But if it's just stuff online, then I can I can kind of take breaks, I guess is what I mean. I still have to get it done by the end of the day, but I can
Right.
switch it around. But
Let's see if these will connect.
just keep switching up the headphones, man. I think I'm getting a tour of your house.
You are, yeah. Where are they?
Is it too cold to go out in the woods there? Or are you still going out? Oh. Did I glitch up or did you? Shoot. I'm thinking. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it was you. Was it me or you? One of us.
I think it was
up.
me. Yeah, I think I messed this up.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's kind of really nasty, slushy snow here right now, so I can't.
You can't go
I could
out.
throw
I haven't
on these
been out.
big gangly boots and stuff, but they're super uncomfortable. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't been going out at all either. Ever since I got back from India, I'm just like, it's too cold. I'm just gonna stay inside and be sad. Let the seasonal depression sink in. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's the chat?
I don't know. Have you ever talked to Fleepus, like one-on-one?
No.
I mean, he's usually in all the comments, but I think I've seen him once. I thought he had a brother, unless I'm thinking of someone else. I don't know if he's still watching. Maybe he could tell us, or you could hop in here.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I've seen him in the comments a bunch. I don't think I've ever had a one-on-one with Dolly either. I see her in comments a lot of times and stuff. I haven't seen her in this one.
I've talked to her, I think, at least once, maybe twice. She hopped on with me and Cal once. I'd love to talk to her more, though. Seems like a lot of fun. I heard she has her own channel, but I don't know what it is. I should go figure it out. Garth, that is Christian's GoFundMe.
Ah, yes.
But I don't know.
Yeah, it's for I'll give a quick little spiel on it or whatever. So, yeah, it's for my dad, for my mom's funeral expenses and stuff, because he has, there's been a lot of costs associated with him kind of going to visit my mom. So quick version of everything. Mom was hospitalized in September for a dual lung transplant. She got the surgery went well, but in the midst of recovering, she had a bunch of complications since September up until this past Sunday when she passed away. Through that time, my dad, in addition to suffering like emotionally and stuff, he incurred a bunch of financial costs, and he's at a point now where he can't even afford like funeral stuff and all that. So, and my wife and I are helping out as much as we can, and some other members of our family, but still a good amount that we're having trouble covering. So I went ahead and started a GoFundMe for it. But, I can't believe the support we've already gotten on it. It's like blowing me away.
Wow.
So
that was crazy.
I'll probably do. It's insane. I'm probably going to do like a little video about it or something tomorrow, because I probably cried like 5 or 6 times today just looking at
up your price. I need 5 times more. Oh yeah, because you started it today, right? I think I looked this morning and it only had like, I don't know if it had any, because you sent the link out, and then I looked tonight and it was like, I think halfway there or more.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Wow. Yeah,
it was nuts. Like a couple people who gave. I'm not gonna like name names or anything like that, because that's like rude or whatever. But like I know for a fact some of the people that like, let's say, didn't give a lot or whatever, I know they have like they literally have nothing to give. So it was like the woman giving all that she had. Like I like reached out to them immediately. I'm like you don't have to do
Like,
this. And they're
and
saying,
they did
they'd
it
say
as
like, I,
anonymous.
and yeah. And other people,
Anonymous.
yeah,
This did
it's
$1,000.
crazy.
Was that Garth? Because it says recent donation. Was that Garth? Or
Let me see. I actually haven't checked it in a little while. Let me see here.
oh, I didn't give anonymously. Wow.
Where's
$1,000 anonymously. Who's that? Who are you?
Let me see here. I wonder if I can do this without losing the
Someone
stream.
hopped in here. Oh, Jacob's in here. Hey, man.
Oh,
Hey,
sweet.
Jacob.
Jacob. I have never spoken to Jacob. This is great.
We have
You haven't?
spoken. No, we have.
We have?
We have.
Oh, well, there goes my horrible memory.
It was a while ago, and I don't think it was on. I don't think it was on. I know we've had video conversations. You're like one of the guys.
Okay, yes.
You're one of the guys that I'm like, okay, this is a smart guy. I need to listen when he talks, but you don't talk very often.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you.
I am very sorry to hear about your mom.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I was listening at the beginning, and I almost considered jumping on, but I was like, I don't think this is the appropriate time for a theological debate. But
yeah.
When you were talking about how some Christians talk about count it all as joy, like, and kind of negate. I made a video about it very early on my channel. They kind of negate evil, right? It's kind of like as if it doesn't exist. And so the video I made, I talked about how Glenn Lowry.
Yeah.
So he left Christianity. One of the biggest reasons he left Christianity was he knew a young woman who passed away, and people in church told him, "Oh, she's in a better place."
Yeah.
And that like soured him on Christianity. And
yeah, no wonder.
Bart Ehrman claims that theodicy is the reason he left Christianity, right? So the problem of evil and what he says is the fact that the Bible doesn't really address it. And Christianity, like I know the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox will say it's just the Protestants, and some of the Protestants will say it's just the Protestants who don't understand Christianity. But I have found that a lot of Christians cannot, when I tell them it says in the Bible, I create evil.
Yeah.
Like that is the number one thing I get pushback. Like one of the number one things that like, Christian, what are you talking about? No, it doesn't. It's like
it's like I didn't write it. What do you want from me?
Or well, I mean the translations, all of the translations try to steer it away. They say I cause calamity. Right?
Okay. Right.
The same difference, but like the actual Hebrew is boreh ra, right? I create evil, right? And so I actually think it kind of is endemic to the Christian ideas. Like, because so when somebody says to a Jew, Jesus is the Messiah, like our response is, have you seen the world? What are you talking about? Like this is the world of the Messiah, right? And Christians will say, now and not yet, or yes and, or like they have cute
Mhm.
words for like why we can say Jesus is king, Jesus rules the world, Jesus like everything, and at the same time, like I still have to go to the children's hospital, like,
Mhm.
and deal with a world that has children's hospitals in it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of understandable head in the sand kind of stuff, you know. It's just, I would wonder how different it is in with Christians in like third world countries. I wonder what, you know, or just in not in first world countries, right? Like not we have the luxury of being able to um, manipulate our own perceptions or something like that to in a way that can shield us from harsher realities, and there's certainly enough Christian scripture to reinforce that delusion, which is unfortunate in my opinion. I wouldn't have always thought that was unfortunate. I would think, what's the harm in it kind of thing. But I'm increasingly inclined to, rather than try to look at things like, oh, what's the harm in such and such? It's more, I want to be as close to the truth as possible rather than as far from untruth as possible, right? Or something like that. Like the orientation towards my orientation towards it is shift. I feel it shifting over time. Even to the point, right, with my involvement in this little corner, for instance. At first it was curiosity, right? Coming from a Protestant evangelical, charismatic, all of that, all of that, to now really valuing some of the other perspectives that I've been exposed to at this little corner, including your perspective, Jacob, and perspectives of some Orthodox folks and whatnot. Has really, I now view it as, if I want to know as much about this God that I say I believe in as possible, then I should not only entertain the thoughts of others that are different from the non-denomination, quote unquote, that I belong to, but I should value the seeking of that knowledge. So, anyways, how I got off on this rabbit trail, I have no idea, but yeah,
it was a good rabbit trail.
Yeah.
I think if you believe that God is true, like, so my mind for the past 24 hours has been completely on I don't even know if you've heard of the Jew tunnels, but there's been news.
Only a little bit in your stream from before, so
yeah,
I'm pretty ignorant of it myself.
So my mind has been completely on that since I found out about it yesterday. And so, you know, I've been thinking, like, it has theological ramifications for me, like what's going on, right? Like the foundations of this synagogue, that in a very real sense is the center of my religiosity, is was dug out from underneath it, and like the foundations are not solid, right? And like all spiritual realities, all physical, I believe that the material world is a reflection of spiritual realities, right? And so if, like, things coming to light, right? Discovering things, discovering that so Chazi just found out that your mom passed away. Yeah. Like, things coming to light, like in some ways, like I have to believe that, like, I mean, we have to deal with the realities of the situation, and we have to accept that ultimately God runs the world, right? Like, there are people who will tell me Satan runs the world, and it's like, no, God runs the world, right? I guess it really does go back to, like, the book of Job is so long, right? And because it's so long, we don't really read it in synagogue, and I think most people don't read it. And I mean, I haven't gone through it. I don't know since when, but I don't know. I guess this little corner has really put a real focus on the book of Job,
That's good.
for a lot of us.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no.
I was just gonna say so my dad, he loves the Book of Job, and he loves Ecclesiastes, and he to your point about Christianity or Christians in general, maybe Jacob, he finds it difficult to speak freely about what he believes based off of scripture with other Christians, because he knows that they look at him funny for saying things like, well, scripture says God created evil, for saying things like, well, God is in control of the world, right? For saying things like that are scripturally sound, and as far as Job goes, and in relation to my mother's passing, and even her suffering leading up to her passing, my dad just constantly looked to Job, not only the book but the person, as his model for how to handle the situation. Not necessarily equating his suffering with Job's suffering, but saying, if I'm to take the book of Job seriously, and therefore the character of Job seriously, and God's the relationship between Job and God, then there's something in this book that can show me how to properly orient myself towards this suffering I'm going through. My dad's not particularly articulate about it, right? He's a redneck blue collar mason from the from the woods of upstate New York, but he's incredibly wise, right? Simple but wise. And watching him tether himself to that book really, and how helpful that was to him dealing with all of this to this day. Even in the wake of her passing, has been inspirational to me, and I think it's unfortunate, and this is just related to all the stuff I was saying before. It's unfortunate that many Christians seem to do themselves and God a disservice by neglecting those more difficult truths about reality, really, as reflected in Scripture, or rather, reflected from Scripture. So, yeah.
Your mom was in the hospital for like 5 months, right? Is that what you said?
She had her surgery in September, so 3 months. Well, almost, I guess, 3.5 months, something like that. Yeah. Then like I said, the surgery went really well in September. A dual lung transplant, which, in my opinion, a dual lung transplant, even if done by human hands, is a friggin' miracle, anyways. But it went really well, and her recovery was going pretty well, and then not so well, and just pretty much kept going downhill. There was a couple of like positive turns in the middle there, and then and then her body was just not having it. It was time.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's difficult. My aunt, I remember she had one bout of cancer, and then like 10-15 years later she she got pancreatic cancer, and she started having chemotherapy. And like, I visited her while she was on chemo, and she was in such a horrible state that ultimately they decided, okay, we're not going to do chemo anymore, and she had radical surgery, and she lived another 6 months, right?
Yeah.
But it was just like, at what point do you, I mean, I remember my grandmother, I think it was like around her 96th birthday, and we have a Jewish tradition to say, may you live to be 120. So I said to her, may you live to be 120. And she said, don't say that. And she was like, no, I've seen my great grandkids. I've lived a nice long life. A few more years will be fine. And she lived a couple of more years. She lived, I think she was around 98 when she died.
How did you do that? Oh, 98. That's a lot. Oh my gosh, that's too long. Too long. Seriously, in my church, they tried to say that to me too, because the pastors in my church are like 80 something, and they were talking about living to be 120, and they were like, "Don't you want to live long, Jason?" I was like, "I am done." I was like, "My God!" I was like, "This is going on forever already." I was like, "Man." I'm pretty bleak though. I'm just emo. That's all it is. 90 is so long.
I mean, well, I think they estimate 50% of the people alive today will live to be 100. Like, we are living much, much longer than we used to.
Why do they estimate that? Because of hospitals or diet?
Well, it's, I mean, people are just...
I'm asking if I can avoid this. I'm like, I don't...
Start smoking, Jason. Start smoking. You'll fix it. Don't worry. Okay. You won't.
That's right.
Yeah, start smoking and get really fat, and then if that doesn't
drinking
work,
the diet too.
You can go full force and try to get all the STDs in the world.
Okay.
Yeah. That'll kill you.
All right.
Yeah. kind of like how Jordan Peterson says, if life is about maximizing physical pleasure, then just take a hit of heroin and a bullet chaser. You know?
Bullet chaser.
Yeah.
Mitch always comes on my channel except when I'm there.
Yeah, he's hard. He's hard to track down. I think usually, he used to be more available at nighttime, and then once he had his daughter, I hardly could ever get a hold of him. Kind of through messages, but not like ever conversationally. But right now he might have some more free time this week because he's he's out of state, so I think his wife and his daughter are back at home, and he's in Texas right now for work. So
Texas.
hit him up every night. He should be free every night at his hotel. I'm guessing. He doesn't have an excuse. I'm outing him right now. In Texas, right? I know Texas sucks. I don't like
Texas
it.
isn't the worst place in the world. I mean,
I haven't been all over Texas, so I probably can't say that. I've heard San Antonio would be nice. Or is it San Antonio?
Hey, I am trying to convince everybody to move to Los Angeles so we can have our little commune. Our
Take
little
over LA.
our little what you call it? Our little cult community right here in Los Angeles.
All right. I'm pretty partial to the East Coast, but I heard Los Angeles is pretty good weather. Where do you swim, though? I heard the Pacific's too cold. Is it too cold to swim?
Trey goes surfing on a regular basis. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. There's sharks there, though.
I don't.
Great white sharks, right? I thought there were great whites were on that side more. There's lots of sharks on the East Coast. There's like bull sharks and stuff, and I think they're pretty.
I don't know much about sharks, although one of my friends is a marine biologist and she really loves sharks.
What? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. I think it was one of the first professions I was like in love with as a kid. I was like, I want to be a marine biologist. I don't remember what. Must have been some show that I watched or something. You know,
it's probably
so great to just go swimming and look at animals all the time. Yeah. Still be kind of sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chazi's pushing his Zionism again.
I want you home.
Man, I have to say I visited LA once, and I was not a big fan.
Really? What about it?
So, my wife and I did the touristy things, right? So we flew to LA, and then we were going to do we did a road trip that included, once we landed, we rented a car, did a road trip that included like Utah, Arizona, some other things. We loved Utah, we loved Arizona. We come back into LA to actually explore LA, and so we get like a double-decker bus or whatever, and we're on the top, and it happened to be cold too. Like we're on the top of the double-decker bus. It happened to be cold, which was weird. And then we just saw, driven around, and we just see these homeless tents, you know. And I'm watching these folks in homeless tents walk over to Starbucks and come back with this like tray of Starbucks. And I'm like, wait a second, like, how is that possible? And then but before we even got on the double decker, there was a pizzeria near the spot that we were waiting for the double decker, and it had the worst pizza I've ever had in my life. So I was like, but I'm from New York, so whatever. And so I was like, I'm never coming to LA again. But literally, it was whatever, a half a day that I spent there.
Yeah, I would not have recommended the bus tours at all. In fact, that may be the last thing in Los Angeles. I mean, when Teo came and visited, we did not do the bus tours, did we, Teo?
No, we did not.
Christian, also your mic sounded kind of weird for a minute. I don't know if it's. I can still understand you though. I was just letting you know. I didn't know if you changed something.
I am on my phone, yeah.
Phones heat up, and once they get hot, the microphone malfunctions.
Start spazzing out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can still understand you. I was just letting you know. But so, what does one do in LA then that's enjoyable? Did you like it, Teo?
I took what did you like about what we did to Teo, and what didn't you like?
There was nothing I didn't like about what we did, but it was also my first time in America. So to me, all of America is Los Angeles, well, California.
So I took him on a
Utah.
walking. I took him on a walking tour of Beverly Hills, and we went on a walking tour of the Grove. And did we end up? Oh, I took Teo on a little driving tour of Los Angeles. Yeah.
That was
and-
lovely.
Yeah. He got to see all the important things in my life, including where I proposed to the woman who did not become my wife. Yeah.
That does sound
Yeah.
special.
Yeah.
How could you not love that? Are the people
Yeah,
prettier there?
I don't go there very often.
Understandably.
Are the people beautiful in LA? Are they prettier? Is that like where the pretty people of America congregate?
There are pretty people everywhere, in my experience.
Los Angeles can be a little focused on looks, but Teo, funny enough, like we were walking through the park and he's making friends with people left and right. Like it's like Teo is like in just
He
making
thinks everybody's
friends.
pretty.
I just treated
He's just got a good outlook on life.
My favorite, well, one of my favorite things that I did in whilst visiting Jacob was we went on a walk and I saw some guy playing football by himself, training, and I thought, oh, soccer that is. So I joined in, and that was great.
I remember hearing. I think I heard about this somewhere else. You telling that story. That was cool. So how long? I mean, that's a long flight for you then, because you had to fly over the entire U.S. to get out there, right?
Yeah.
Or did you go the other way? I don't think you go the other way.
No,
like
it was 11 hours.
Well, it goes over.
That's not terrible.
It goes over Canada. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, it goes over Canada because they're like Great Britain. Yeah.
Yeah, we flew over. Where was the first estuary conference in Canada?
Thunder Bay.
Yeah, we flew over Thunder Bay. I remember pointing that out to Anthony on the map.
Did you go to that conference as well, or no?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, Thunder Bay.
I haven't been to any of them. Have you been to any, Christian?
No.
Or slackers? Whatever.
Posers.
Yeah. I wanted to go to the one in Israel, but I guess that's not happening.
Whose fault is that? Oh,
I don't know.
actually, it's Mo's fault.
The Lord. We can blame God.
Blame Mo.
No, it is Mo's fault. But after everything happened in Israel, I didn't feel as bad about letting Mo, like, kept on saying to Mo, if you're not gonna make this happen, let me know and I'll make it happen. He's like, I'll make it happen. It's happening. I'm about to make an announcement.
I'd still like to go someday. I've always wanted to go to Israel. I don't
Me too.
know why. I guess that's probably just Christianity is the reason.
Yeah, same.
Christian, so
for the exact same reason.
Israel's economy is not as much as it used to be completely focused around tourism, but it is very much focused around tourism.
I mean, they're getting a lot of Christian.
What is this? He does make friends everywhere. You have
friends? He has like fans.
Secret admirers? What is
For a
going
second,
on
I
here?
thought that was Sandy.
Well, Sandy does think you're cute. I'm not sure she would say that.
She
Yes, it
just
doesn't
said
sound like
that.
Sandy's
Oh,
language.
Sandy.
Well, wrong, Sandy. Yeah.
That's not Sandra. Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy's name is actually Sandy. It's not Sandra. Yeah, I believe. Christian, do you have children?
I do. Yep, I got 2 kids, 2 daughters. One is 9 and the other is 4.
Oh wow.
Sounds
How long do you
4-year-olds.
one? Jacob?
4-year-olds say the most interesting things.
Yeah, yeah, yep. It's pretty great.
As
I
a
mean,
Sunday
she's
school
actually
teacher,
had.
I can confirm.
What was that?
Oh, sorry. I was just as a Sunday school teacher, I can confirm that 4-year-old do say the most interesting things.
Yeah, I mean, she's had my 4-year-old has had like the funniest. See, I have a very wide and often dark sense of humor, so there's nothing really phases me. And so we're trying to explain to 4-year-old that grandma, you're not gonna see grandma anymore. Right? Grandma passed away. Just like the next day, she comes up to me. She's like, "Hey, did you know Nana died?" Oh, I mean, she's like just talking like matter of factly about it, And I'm cracking up. I think it's like I genuinely was laughing. It wasn't like, and my older daughter, she's 9. She's like, "Layla, like you can't say it like that. Like that's Daddy's mommy. I'm like, it's okay. She's 4 years. Like, please let her be 4 years old. Like, this is totally fine. The fact that she can like hear this news and just be unfazed, like, it'll hit her at some point, whatever, But like, when we go over there for the first time and Nana's not there, she's gonna be like, "Oh, where's Nana?" And then it'll start to. But for now, whatever, man. You joke about it; it's totally fine. Don't joke about if you hear about one of your friends, something dying related to them. Don't joke with them about it,
Was she joking or just saying it just because it's
well, yeah,
just
she was
a
just
fact?
saying it.
Yeah. That's when my niece did that to me when my dog died. She just came up and she was like, basically, like, "Hey, Verona's dead," and I was like, "Yeah," and she's like, "You're never gonna see her again," and I was just like, "Thank you." Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's comforting.
Oh, I have a really great story about my 4-year-old actually that has nothing to do with this live stream, but it's a great story. When she was 3, I'm working from home. It's just me and her. I had a meeting, a pop-up meeting come up. I had to jump on this call. So I was like, Layla, I need you to head to your room for a little bit. I had a meeting I got to run to. And she's like, "Can I take the dog with me?" I said, "Yeah, go ahead. You guys both, that's 2 creatures I don't have to worry about." Cool, great. So dog goes up in the room with her. I have the meeting. Meeting ends. I'm just doing some work. And then after like half an hour, I'm like, I didn't have Layla come back downstairs. She's like, "Let me just go check and see how she's doing with the dog in her room." And I go in there, I open the door, and there's just piles of poop everywhere.
Oh, I heard about
all
this.
over her floor. And
I
I'm
think
thinking
you told
it was
me
like
about this
her.
when it happened.
Yes, yeah, I probably did because I was in such shock, and I had left my phone downstairs. Her room was upstairs, so I go upstairs and see all this poop everywhere, and I'm like looking around, and I'm just like, this is not happening. And the dog tried to come out of her room, and I could see he had poop on his paws. I said, no, you're staying in here. No one's leaving this room yet. Wait. So I close the door. I go downstairs. I was like, I have to get like pictures of this or something because this is hopefully a once in a lifetime experience. And I actually recorded this little video. I'm walking up the stairs, open the door, and you just see the whole like smear of poop everywhere. There's piles everywhere, and I'm walking around, and then I'm noticing more things. So I'm noticing there's a little trail that leads into her closet, and she's sitting on the edge of her bed, and she's wearing snow boots. Man, this was like the middle of summer. She's wearing snow boots, and they have all poop on the bottom. I'm like, of course, whatever. So she must have gone into the closet in her bare feet, put on the snow boots, and then came out and was walking around. And it wasn't sure enough. I took off her boots, poop all over her feet. And then she's like, oh, I was wearing the other boots too. So then I look over and there's this other boots filled with poop. Her hands are all covered in poop. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is wild. And then I stopped the video and it's like, what am I going to do here? What am I going to do? So I had her stay in the room. I pick up the dog, carry him over to the bathroom and just start showering him down and took care of the rest of it step by step. But that was,
wow.
You know,
so how was there that
wonderful
much poop
experience.
again? Was it just dog poop and she just smeared it
It
around
was just
enough?
It was just dog poop, and she
Okay, so I was thinking she had decided to join the dog. Like she's like, if the dog can poop.
No, it was all dog poop, and she had just broken it up into.
Oh, she had decided to go playing with the dog poop. Okay, I get it.
Yes, it's like a new kind of paint or something.
Yeah, I see. Yes. Yeah, I remember one of my nephews. We took my dog for a walk, and the dog pooped. You know, the dog's pooping on the sidewalk, and he turns and he's like, "I want to poop on the sidewalk. Why can't I poop on the sidewalk?"
I would love to do that too. That's freedom. That is liberty right there.
So my favorite story of little kids is we used to have orange trees in our backyard, and when it was actual, like, these were professional. So the San Fernando Valley used to be filled with orange orchards, and when they developed them as tract houses, they left some of these like professional orchard quality trees in the backyards. So we had like one of our trees was just like, it was great oranges, right? So we had all these oranges on our trees. And one of my cousins came over to our house, and my mom took her to the backyard to like play and see the backyard and stuff. And she goes out to the backyard and she sees all these oranges on the trees. And she turns to my mom and she says, "Why do you hang your oranges on the tree? We put them in the fridge." She thought we had gone and bought oranges and brought them home and attached them to the tree.
Yeah, like a Christmas tree.
It's so great.
How is she to know, like, that fruit grows on trees?
Yeah. Well, that's like what you, funnily enough, that reflects what you mentioned earlier about how the physical world is how did you word it? Like a reflection of the spiritual world or something like that, right? Which is a thought that I've had, that I agree with that. And I think it's, it's kind of inverted from how the secular folks might view the world. They view spiritual things as just sort of abstractions of the concrete reality, right? Where in fact it's actually the opposite.
Yeah. In the spirit of the title of the stream, so firstly, condolences to you, Christian. I'm praying for you and your family. Your video about your loss and how that relates to this little corner was sort of triggering to me, but in triggering lament in me, because I also experienced loss I think just over a year ago. So it was right before and right after Paul van der Klee came to the UK for the first time. It's funny, we were just speaking about childhood, and I was just remembering. Do you remember how exciting it was when you learned something new, like, oh, trees are fruits are on a tree and not in the fridge. That was such a Jacob was speaking about revelation and something coming into the light. And my majority of my childhood memory was I grew up with my auntie and uncles whilst my dad was here, and she passed away in the summer, and then he very quickly passed away a couple months after, in November. And this was during a time, like I said, Paul had just been to the UK. I just started, just been very excited to start a whole bunch of estuaries in Manchester, Birmingham, London, and whatnot. And for like a month or so, I just sort of disappeared and fizzled out. And I don't know how to process loss and grief, and especially when it's I always say I've got three moms: my biological mom, my stepmom, and my auntie, because they've all at each point in my life been the motherly figure. And yeah, I didn't know how to process that. That was strange. But what was incredible was that a lot of the estuary projects I started just sort of carried on, even without me. Other people stepped up in ways, and yeah, coming back to it was like that was like a good confirmation of like, oh, this is not a me thing, this is a God thing. So either you get on board and keep doing the work, or God will just carry on. And that was like a little bit of a relief, like, okay, good. And also a confirmation of, oh, this isn't just all in my head. This is God is doing something in reality, and somehow this section of YouTube page is playing a role. So I just want to say, thank you for the work you're doing, and I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
What's your cat's name, Jacob?
Shadow of Death.
You knew that. You just wanted him to repeat that again, didn't you? Did you really not know that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, what? He says that like every stream, I think. He usually
Does he really?
introduces his cat. Yeah. That's why I thought you were just wanting to say it again.
This is the Shadow of Death.
Yeah.
I think maybe I do remember hearing shadow, but I don't remember the whole like Shadow of Death phrase.
And this is the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Get it?
Very nice.
Yeah. She's ferocious. Come on. Look at this cat.
It's frightening. I have a black cat, looks a lot like that, except like 3 times as wide. He's almost certainly diabetic. He can hardly go up and down the stairs. Oh gosh, because he just monopolizes the food. Like we have like one bowl for all. We have 2 cats now. We had 3, but like the other ones have always been so skinny, and then he's just this fat cat. He just so funny.
Shadow bullies Happy. Like totally bullies Happy. When I got her, she was only 6 pounds. Now she's 11 pounds.
Nice. Teo, gosh, how do you pronounce your name again? I always do this.
Doesn't matter. Whichever feels right in the moment.
All right. So, Tayo, I'll say. So you mentioned like not knowing how to process the grief and stuff like that. Have you? How do I want to ask this? Since then, well, how have you? Is there anything that you've taken away from the time that has passed since then?
I think I can speak.
If you don't mind talking about it.
Yeah, of course. What I can, I don't know. What I can speak to is some of the blessings that God has provided since then through that. I think just before then, just that year, I had reconnected with a few of my, well, one in particular of my cousins that I grew up with. Because due to other family drama that does not involve me, there's been whatever. Communications were not frequent between me and them, and just before then, we had just started reestablishing some communication. But since then, that's now been a more frequent thing. And also, I during that time, one of my childhood best friends, like probably my oldest best friend, uh, s- I was 6 or 7 when I met her. She was a year younger, and we just used to walk to school and back home together. So she knew childhood me in a way that I don't even remember. And what's been really cool is I've been able to re-remember uh myself in that arena and feel more connected to that, even though I thought I was connected to it, but feel even more connected to that part of my life in ways that I wasn't before.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Similar kind of things have happened with me. Like when I lost my sister, I started reaching out to my brother a lot more, and kind of valuing him more, not taking him for granted so much. And then, it's still early, obviously, but since my mom has passed, I've been talking with my dad like 5 times a day. Partially because I just can't fathom what he's going through right now, but also because I have my fair share of regrets. Nothing crazy that's like constantly haunting me, but I mentioned a little bit earlier, seeing like an expiration date on something at the grocery store, and it was close to. I vaguely knew that it was like close to my mom's birthday, but then I remembered like I don't have my mom's birthday memorized, and like now it's too late, quote unquote, for me to memorize my mom's birthday, as in like remembering to text her on her birthday or call her or something. Like I can't do that now. Like it's too late, right? So now I'm like I'm trying to. I want to actually value those things more with the people who are still here, right?
Yeah.
Because and what you said about not knowing how to process and stuff like that, even though I know there are, let's say, books out there and practices out there for how to navigate the various stages of grief and stuff like that, and I'm sure those things are valuable, and I'm all ears for people that want to like help me move forward through this. I also think that most of it is just kind of. It feels more like it's more about learning how to just get back engaged with life than it is about the grief itself, almost. Like and processing it. It's like I don't know how to articulate what I'm really trying to say, but there's something about the idea of knowing how to process this that seems to miss the point. And I don't say that as a criticism of you, Tyler, because I have that same. I reflect on that same about myself. Like I don't know how to process this, right? But it doesn't seem like the kind of thing that you know how to do. You know what I mean? And anyone else that wants to chime in on that, of course, please feel free, because I am certainly all ears.
The only thing I would say, it's one thing I put it in the private chat. Mitch said to me a long time ago, I don't know why it stuck out with me, but he just said, grieving, we never figure it out, we just do it. And I don't know why. It always just kind of stuck with me, where it's just like, kind of like that George MacDonald quote I said at, I said earlier, like was it something like suffering has so little to do with the intellect or something like that. Just, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you can ever really figure it out because you're just kind of thrust into it. You can prepare yourself for it, and then it just hits you, and you're just like, "This was." I don't know. Someone else comment on it. Hi, Hezzy. How's it going? It's good to see you. I feel like I'm always missing you.
Good morning to Teo. It's pretty early for him over there.
Good morning, Ezzy.
Why are you like hoodie and coat in your room?
Because I've got the window open.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. I hear that.
And I've got my winter cap on because I just have really crazy hair. So.
No judgment over here. I was just asking.
Because that's the reason why he can't take his coat off or keep getting comments like this.
Are you kidding? Tayo comes on my channel shirtless and just flexes. just for the thirst trap with clicks. Yeah.
Well, maybe he's the Renaissance man.
I was appreciating your. By the way, Renaissance man that Mitch said he never met. A Renaissance man.
Yeah. Are you that?
How do you define what a Renaissance man is? I don't know.
Well, Hezzy was in the military, and then he was a lawyer, and now he's an artist. And
he might be the Renaissance man.
So I speak two languages. Right?
We'll put you in the there you go. I'll add you to the mix. You and my friend Craig Fay. Teo, how many languages do you speak?
2.
Oh my gosh, you're in there too now. Then just making all of us look bad.
I was appreciating the poop story more. I was more appreciating just as a father, just like your mindset, like seeing that, being like, oh God.
So, I have to take pictures of this.
It's the once in a lifetime opportunity.
We know what the introductory video collage at the wedding is going to be.
Oh yes.
You're gonna say like she still does this till this day. Anytime she sees a dog,
good luck.
My youngest is my daughter is potty training right now. So there's like a lot of towels all over like the couches in the house and the beds in the house. So like, she comes home and then it's like nude city over here basically as she's like walking around the house. So it's also like you're just dealing with sometimes she's getting there. But now and then. So it's also funny to see like the interaction of a child knowing that like they should be pooping in the bathroom, but they're not. And like they're getting caught, but it's like it's too late already because they've committed. And then like they're almost sort of like proud about it, but embarrassed. And you're just like looking at them, and then you're remembering, yep, that brain is also capable of like, I don't know, curing cancer or doing other stuff. But right now it's crapping on the floor. It requires. We forget sometimes that we're like very much like animals for a long time.
We stop. Hold on. What world do you live in?
Well, I mean, there's fences, and then obviously, if people get pushed to the edge, apropos the Chabad tunnels, right?
No, nobody got pushed to the edge. They were just. Oh God.
I bet having kids is awesome. Yes, Aaron. First of all, it's been a while since Aaron's been over here. I haven't seen him in a while. I hope he's doing well. Having kids is by far the best experience of my life, hands down. And like, yes, there are moments. I say this in jest, but like I say it also seriously because people are fearful when a feeling like this bubbles up. But I love my kids more than anything. That doesn't mean like in the heat of the moment, I'm like, oh my God, these kids, like if someone could just come and take them or something. You're like, how could you say such a thing? You're like, no, just for 2 days, pay good money, just, get these kids. Having said that, so I used to say this about marriage, that the hard times are 1,000 times worse between like dating and being married, but the good times are 1,000,000 times better. And it sounds like a cliche, but like getting that moment when your kid's like genuinely like joyful and laughing about the silliest thing, and you get to like see them enjoying that. It's other level. And I've mentioned this in the past, but again, that's in a certain sense, all the way going back to Eve. That's what makes Eve a mother, is Cain, right? Or that's what makes her a creator, is now she has created life. And that's like a whole phase shift for her and for all of us as humanity. So it is, in a certain sense, from 2 to make 1, create unity again with a child. It's recommended, ideally within the bounds of marriage. It is fantastic. My twin sister is just announced that she is pregnant with twins. So that's very nice. Having said that, there's going to be number 6, which I think is like bananas on her end, because she's always saying, she's like, I'm so tired, I'm so busy. I'm like, well, you could stop making people and then you won't be.
Some people believe in God, Chazi.
I totally get that. I just can't handle them. Like if I'm going to see her the next barbecue and she'd be like, you don't understand, I did this double shift. I'm like, this is your reality. You don't have to be like telling us like someone's putting a gun to your head, like making the, like, you could at any point be like, I don't want to do this, or I don't like, but you're deciding to, like, if you have 4 kids right now, which are like 4 open mortgages, and you still have to pay them for the next like 17 years, you just decided, you and your husband, you're like, you know what? We can handle 2 more mortgages. We could do this. We could be committed again for another 20 years. It's scary. I mean, again, I'm talking about how I love my daughter. I love all my children, obviously. But what if she was horrible? You know what I mean? Serious attitude, racist, cursing all the time.
There's still time. Don't worry.
No, right.
When she becomes a teenager, she's going to rebel, and the best way to rebel against you will be to become some violent racist.
Yeah, I mean, the real loss will be if, like, in 20 years, I see her on Jacob's channel, like, talking out against Israel and Zionism. She like, forget this. My father's a heretic. Jacob knew. Oh, Jacob always told me. Yeah, it's a miracle, and then also it's crazy when, I mean, my 9-year-old, I see it bubbling up. Like, I'll say something and he's like not happy with what I'm saying. And then he gives me like a look of like, I don't want to do this. And you're like, where is this even coming from? Do you understand? I made you. I'm talking about, I don't want to do this right now. Where are you living? But they become their own people. They have their own opinions. They want to do their own thing using sometimes very flawed logic where you're like, thank God you don't have a license, because this would not end well. But it's amazing.
Yeah, somebody thought those tunnels were a good idea.
Like I said, I could be easily convinced. Someone says, let's dig a tunnel. I would probably say I'm in. No more questions asked. This sounds like a great idea. Where are we going? There's a lot
of pictures of Jason in Aza, like not knowing. It's years ago. He's like, we're digging tunnels, everyone.
No one told me where we were digging this tunnel to.
Exactly. They keep on talking about like this oppressor, colonist, but like I just thought it was a guy named Colin. I just keep on digging. What about the Rockets, Jason? I thought it was Joey the Rocket guy. He's always like talking about Rockets. We're like, Joey the Rocket guy.
Exactly. Yeah. I can be easily persuaded. That's all I'm saying. The man cave, we already talked about this. Sounds like a good time.
I had a disturbing I'm trying to think if I should share the story. Well, humans are humans. So I had a client, ultra Orthodox, which most of my clients are not. And we were doing work on his house. And then at some point, he's like, you know what? I have this attic upstairs. Maybe I could do, what you kids call a man cave. I was like, okay, we could build something like that for you. And as we started like specking it out, he's like, but it needs to be able to be locked where, no one could come in. Like, I was like, okay, I guess, business privacy. And there was a lot of different stuff, but the kicker was when we're discussing, like, we're going to put like a koi pond and there's a smoking roof and there's like a shower upstairs. He's like, but the shower needs to be able to hold 4 people. And I was like,
chains and shackles in the shower.
So I'm like,
the
shower also needs a lock on it.
What?
Were there chains that needed to
no,
be
no chains, but
there's
there was like benches and there's like multiple jets, and I was like, this needs to
what? Him and the Chavra want to sit in the Schwitz. What are you talking about?
So I had to like ask him without being like too direct, which is, I don't know how much, like I'm the guy building it and you told me it's for 4. So, and I'm assuming you're not bathing with your children or showering with your children. So, I only mentioned, I said, okay, I'm like, for the users of the shower, I'm like, does this mean they're all coming up through the house to this room? Because you need to go through the house to get here. So in my mind, I'm thinking like, is your child at 9 o'clock, like opening up the door and being like, who are the 4 strangers like going upstairs? But he just smiled and I was like, okay, next question. Let's just move on to the next one. But but in this was, I don't know, 9 years ago. If I ever see him, well, it was back then I was in that neighborhood a little more often. And if I saw him on a Friday night with like wet hair, I was like, someone had a shower. What was going on?
I really don't understand like what you think. I honestly think he probably just wanted a very big shower.
Then why would he not say, I want a large shower? By the way, it's an office where he's in. It's not part of the house. Why do you need and why would you tell me it needs to be able to fit 4 people? And I know how your wife looks. She's not like obese. So, and it's not like wheelchair accessible because it's 4 flights of stairs to get to the attic. So like if it is someone in a wheelchair, he's been crawling for like a long time to get up there. There was like a little bar there. He had a collection. It was also strange. He had like a collection of records. Cool, sure. And then he's like, look, these are like classic. These are classic Playboy magazines, like from years, like, from like the 70s, 80s, which was also like weird. Like, why would you have like a collection of it though? Like,
hold on. This is a Haredi guy with a collection of Playboy magazines.
Vintage, Jacob.
Classic.
Yeah. Hence the lock on the door. I love that that's bothering you. The naughty magazines, not the orgy shower.
I just figured there must be some story behind it that does not actually involve an orgy.
Yeah, you know what? Let's assume the best. There's a kid with cerebral palsy that he showers upstairs and he helps the family.
I have no idea.
You're right. I'm saying let's assume the best. I mean, I don't know why we have to put a smoke machine and disco. No, I'm joking. We didn't have to. We didn't have that.
Is it Dennis Prager's father? I don't know if you guys followed at all.
What happened with Dennis Prager's father?
Oh
Oh no.
no. So there was
Dennis
this,
Prager and the Playboys. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I would say that would that's probably the most extreme. I do have to ask when I'm designing a shower. So again, it's a little awkward, but I'll go to the couple and I'm like, as far as the shower, is this single use or double use? And like, then they sometimes have to like discuss it between themselves. Like, well, it was never big enough for double use, but like, would we want to use it that way? And I was like, well, if you are, then I'm just trying to calculate, like, what are you expecting? Like, am I having like a little step on the side because you want to shave your leg? I know, Mr. Cohen, you're not going to be dealing with that, but your wife is going to be dealing with that. So like, is that like what is the culture of showering? What's the culture of cooking? What's the culture of like walking around the room? So you get pretty intimate with these clients.
That sounds awful.
I always have to
or
take
exciting.
What?
So that sounds awful or exciting. I don't really know which one.
By now, I
don't
just
know if
sort of let them know that like it's going to be awkward for you for a moment, but like let's get over that, and now let's discuss like how you want me to design your house. The houses in Jerusalem specifically, the apartments or houses are relatively smaller. And even if you have like a large house, like these townhouses, like you don't have just like these like ranch houses. You just have like with this massive expanse. So you're always trying to fit in more rooms. Now, Orthodox Jews, married couples, there is half the month they are not touching each other. There's no physical contact. And many also separate the beds as well. So it's to be like a clear visual indication to remind yourself that like it's a period of separation. So here too, I have clients that generally speaking would want like a larger divide, but then I'm like, okay, but then the room doesn't work. So we have to figure out now, maybe there's other lenient rabbis that have different opinions of how wide the separation needs to be. Can it be closer? So these are things that I would say, like, I laugh with my clients if they look at, let's say, an Architectural Digest or like Pinterest. And I say, you guys have to understand, like all these pictures, these aren't Jewish homes, right? They don't have like their Shabbat meals aren't 5 hours. Like when you're checking out if you like this chair or not, it doesn't matter if it's going to be beautiful. Can I sit on this for 3 hours without killing my back? Because that's how long the meals are. So it doesn't matter. Like, look at this cool leather. I'm like, but your Uncle Fred will be complaining about a sciatica like within an hour. So like it doesn't make sense to do this. So there's like a lot of those ramifications and requirements that need to be taken into consideration, which is interesting. That element you have to like, but I'm sure that's true for other cultures.
The one thing I loved when I was in Israel was the sinks for washing your hands were not in the same room as the toilet. So you could wash your hands and say Asher Yatzar.
Right. So that's usually I'm giving people, they have a sink inside the bathroom, but there's a washing station sink outside, which is usually for washing your hands. Like we make a whole beautiful area, which is just for washing your hands for, let's say, eating bread or before the meal. So usually that's like a designed space. There's something called remembrance of the temple destruction. It's called Zecher Churban, and you have to leave in your house. It's around 2 like 20 inches by 20 inches, something like that, and it has to be unplastered. And it's a reminder that there's a part of your house that's not complete because the temple is not built yet. So there's always a part of it that's not complete. There's an echo of this again in weddings as well. In weddings, you break the cup. So I know in movies, everyone yells Mazel Tov, but in reality, the breaking of the cup is to symbolize how there's a destruction, how we're not unified yet. So generally speaking, in Israel, the rabbis will say, do not cheer Mazel Tov when we break the cup. After we're done with the ceremony, then start cheering. But basically, like, we're not like destruction and we're like, yay. So it doesn't, But in some houses, some clients want to really stress this. So I've done wood cladding over the whole entrance. And then I have this space that it almost looks like the wood was like broken open. And behind it is like this Jerusalem stone, which is to like indicate like the ruin, but behind it is like the temple still standing. So like there's different ways of how to play with these ideas.
So it used to be most people would leave something in a closet unplastered so nobody would see it, right? And then it became fashionable to like make it a display, and now like a lot of people have it somewhere where you can see it while they're having the Shabbat meals on like their dining room or whatever, right? It's like, see, that's my Zecher L'Churban. That's my remembrance of the.
So the one I tell my clients that like, I mean, I'll do whatever they want, but what I ask for them not to do is people take a scan of the actual Talmud tractate that talks about this, and then they have it like etched into stone, and it looks like a Talmud page that's like written in stone, and that's on the wall. And I'm like, it's like intense. You're demanding someone like read ancient Aramaic text like in your house, like when they come inside, like a whole page. It's a lot.
What do you mean? They're not actually making people read it.
It's just intense. It's like a lot of lines. It's like a lot of I don't know. For me, it's intense. I also tell them clients will come in and they'll be like, "What are we going to do with our silverware?" And I'm like, "Okay, this is like a memo for the future." First of all, no one wants like a little Jewish fiddler on the roof playing. Like, no one's buying that anymore. No one needs that anymore. I'm like, so your grandmother's candlesticks or things like that, we could melt them down and make a new thing out of that, out of silver, something cool if you want. I'm like, but there's no more pogroms. People are not like knocking down and stealing your silver. It's also not a currency people even deal with anymore. So do we really need to have your grandmother's like silver plates in display, or can we say we love you, Grandma?
Horrible.
We don't need this anymore.
You are so horrible. You are so horrible.
I buy. Also, when we're buying art, I tell them again, it's your house. You'll do what you want. Personally,
I hate grandmothers. That's
no, I don't hate grandma. I just don't want another picture of like an old Jew praying by the Western Wall. Can't we have something like more like you're living?
Yeah, God forbid somebody think of an old Jew praying by the Western Wall in Israel. Like nobody ever buys a house in Israel thinking, "Oh my God, Jerusalem stone and the Kota."
I don't know. There's contemporary Jewish art you could do.
Yes, and it's all horrible.
No. By the way, like the mystical art, the Kabbalistic art is always fun.
Spot art and stuff is fine, but like, how many installations of Nimrod have you made? There is here. I'm going to have to pull up Nimrod so that everyone can see Nimrod.
I think I have seen something with Nimrod before. I have a quick question. Do you mostly design private homes in your architecture?
Yeah, it's almost all like private homes, private apartments.
That's cool. That's cool. My sister wants to get, I think, more into that. She does a lot of commercial work right now, though. I think just helps bring in more revenue. But commercial is good.
Right, so this is the reason why.
Nimrod?
Yes, this is the reason why the whatchamacallit, the what's his name? The Israeli ambassador to the United States, his name was Nimrod, is because of this picture, right? And there's a reason why you're seeing it from the side, because it very blatantly is an uncircumcised male. Which was
the front.
I don't have. No, thank you. And this became the symbol for Zionism.
What?
for so many people because the word Nimrod means we will rebel. So how many of these have you installed in people's houses?
I only install a zoomed in version of the front and wallpaper all over all the walls.
That's what I would think.
It's very intense, but I tell the clients to just you have to embrace it in a certain sense. All the chairs and the whole house is really built in a phallic shape. And I'm just expressing myself. You know what I mean? And I call it
how many people do you know named Nimrod?
The House of Circumcision, it's called.
How many people do you know named Nimrod? So many Israelis named their kids Nimrod.
There's two shoe companies in Israel called Nimrod and Caligula, which are both horrible people. The strangest name I heard of an Orthodox friend of mine was Avshalom.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty bad. To name your kid Absalom? Yeah.
Oh, Absalom.
Oh,
yeah.
Or we just called him Avsha.
Why? Why is that? Is that? I mean, just because of the story of Absalom, it's really
yes.
He's a bad dude.
Well, I mean,
yeah. It shows you know nothing about your Bible.
No. I mean, I know the story of Absalom. I just, David weeps for him. It's kind of a hard.
I mean, Avshalom is a beautiful name, but yeah.
So there's names like I wanted to redeem Ishmael, but I was immediately that was vetoed.
Really, Ishmael's? I have family members named Ishmael.
It's very
not common. Name too. Yeah,
gorgeous name.
Yeah.
What about Judas? See, I feel like it would be like Judas if someone.
Well, Judas is just kind of Yehuda, and guess what? Yes, there are a lot of Jews named Yehuda.
My mother.
But if you said Judas,
if you said Judas, it'll ring different.
My mother is Yehudit, but the way it's pronounced is Yiddish. So
Yiddish. Okay, so I've told this story before, but it's one of my favorite stories. When I was in junior high school, I was learning Spanish, and there were two kids who were having a theological debate, and I love theological debates.
In Spanish, though?
Yes. So I get involved in their theological debate in Spanish, right? And they're talking and at the end, one of them says, and I forget whether it was the Protestant or the Catholic. He's like, see, this guy knows his religion. He must be Catholic or Protestant. And I'm like, nope. And the other one's like, see, he's the other one. I'm like, nope. They're like, so if you're not a Protestant and you're not a Catholic, what are you?
You took out your Nimrod statue and you're like, I'm this.
Yes, that's exactly what I did. And I said, soy judío. I'm Jewish. And I kid you not, one of the kids went, no, you're not. Like,
you look for the horns?
And I'm like, yeah, I am. He's like, no, you're not. Like, yes, I am. He says, you don't have horns. No tienes cuernos. and I start trying to explain to him, no, Jews are just people with a different religion, right? And the other kid comes to my defense and says, yeah, my dad told me Jews are just people who believe in Judas.
That's something
in Spanish, judío, right, is Jew, and Judas is Judas.
Judas.
So, yeah.
Judas.
Thank you. Just and I was like, oh my god.
The Spaniards.
We lost the Israeli. What are we gonna do now?
We offended him.
And you're also about to lose the Brits. Gonna love and leave you guys. I need to go for a morning run before work.
Have
Run.
fun.
What are you trying to do? You keeps moving up on that Renaissance man.
We've he is very athletic.
Now he's going on a morning run. What's
Now we're no longer international. Now we're just all American.
I know.
All Americans.
Such a shame. Kind of spread out though. At least we're covering pretty good. New York,
West Coast, East Coast, and Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Tennessee
Not really
is
East
pretty
Coast.
much dead center in the country, isn't it?
Nope. It's more east.
And south.
Yeah. Southeast. Yeah. Beautiful state. My favorite place in the world.
My wife and I loved it. We did a road trip down south along the East Coast, and Tennessee was one of our favorite stops there. But, yeah, we just did the touristy stuff though. So
It's that.
we went to, not knowing any better. We went to Memphis, and
I don't
we were
know
like,
that.
"What the hell is this place?" Like Elvis was here. Like, it was shockingly dilapidated. Garbage everywhere.
Was it?
I was like, "Holy crap!"
I've never been to Memphis. I've never had a desire to go, but I heard Graceland is cool. I don't know.
Yeah, Graceland
I always
was pretty
forget
cool.
Elvis is from there. Yeah, I don't know about usually when I drive through Tennessee. Everything west from where I'm at, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just on the east side though, so really just East Tennessee is what I'm partial to. Just the Appalachian Mountains, basically. That whole mountain trail is beautiful. Virginia's beautiful. West Virginia, North Carolina. North Carolina is gorgeous. Garth.
Natwick.
Nice.
Are you married yet?
No.
Oh.
Okay, you asked that question like what, a few days ago, and that's like.
I'm just reminding you of where you're supposed to go.
I know you.
Whenever he asks you that, you should just ask him what his cat's name is. So
yeah, what's your cat's name?
Those are just the formalities here.
What that Jacob's cat's name is Shadow?
This is what I get because I always on any of these live stream things, I usually hop in the middle somewhere and then lurk for a while and then hop out because it's like mid-drive somewhere or something like that. So I do remember hearing the name Shadow, but I don't remember the full name Shadow of Death, which is pretty great. I will remember that now.
Jacob,
I got a black cat just to name her Shadow of Death.
Wait, Jacob, you didn't name your cat after Carl Jung and the concept of your shadow?
No, I got a Valley for my Shadow of Death, and then I got a Shadow of Death. Get it?
Okay.
Get it? Valley of the Shadow.
So shadow is not a representation of your inner shadow, then?
I have no shadow. What are you talking about? I'm perfect. I'm just a good guy who never ever has any negative emotions whatsoever.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So, how was punching buttons today?
It was actually brutal today. I couldn't believe it. Is like, I got this. Okay, so I open up my work drawer, where the first shift guy gives me stuff I have to do, and I got one job that part of it had to get done today, and another job that was like a super rush job where it's like there's absolutely no way I can get all of this done like by the end of today. So it's like I had to talk to some people and be like, look, I can do this and this, and I can get this many done in this span of time. So it's like you'll just have to accept that and it's like the first time I think in a long time that I've ever had to like do that.
Mm.
So because most of the days it's pretty chill. It's like I just grab my jobs and then I just keep on working. But today was a bit different, a bit more stressful.
Mm.
But overall, it was pretty fun.
Well, you can only work as fast as the machines do, right? Because you're punching buttons. It's not like
and that's exactly the gist of it. which is a nice perk about my job. It's like, look, I can only go as fast as the machines.
Yeah, machines have a rate at which they will machine things.
Although at my company, it's like they always try to make them more and more efficient, especially the production machinists. What I do, not so much, to be honest, because we make the tools that get handed off to the other machinists. It's like we just have to make sure that they are high quality tools. So we do have some leeway in that regard. But anyway, yeah, it's good to see you guys.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah.
I do have a question in the comments a while back. This Duck 360. Who was that? Does anyone know?
I have no clue. Sounds
They left
familiar,
this comment earlier. I didn't know what this even meant. Hello, coming from PVK. Enjoyed your work.
Yeah, I
stream.
think that was somebody. So every once in a while, PVK says Jacob, and people end up coming to my channel.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, he did mention you in I forget which one, but it was a recent video.
I think the naming one or something. I think I heard him say your channel and Grim Grizz, and he spouted off a few. Chad.
I just remember one day he on his channel, he's like, Jacob's just the force of nature. He just is. And so Ken Lowry jumped on to my stream, and he's like, okay, after an introduction like that, I had to find out who this Jacob guy is. It's one of the greatest compliments I've ever had, right after Judaizing Pharisee.
I mean, Jacob, your channel gets a lot of action. Like, let's be real here.
I am very grateful to have 1,000 subs. Like, my first video, I genuinely was making a video that I was like, if in 100 years somebody decides to watch a portion of this. So I was going through like Genesis 1 letter by letter, and I would repeat everything with every letter just in case, like, because I thought, who's going to listen to a whole video by me, right? But then people started like listening to my videos for some reason, and somebody messaged me, and he's like, yeah, me and my girlfriend listen to your videos as Bible study. I was like, hey, I want a girlfriend to listen to my Bible studies.
I mean,
that's not fair.
To be fair to you, though,
yeah,
there's a good portion of the population out there that's pretty interested in Genesis. You know?
Yeah. Well, okay. So my most popular video is my discussion with Father Stephen. It has 2,400 watch hours. It's a 3-hour discussion. So that's the equivalent of 800 people listening to me talk about Second Temple Judaism with Father Stephen for 3 hours. There are a lot of crazy people out there.
That's right.
Yeah.
How many subscribers do you have, Christian? Do you have a lot?
Oh, geez. Well, this is deceptive. So I'm going to say the number, and it seems high, and it's not. Well, it is, but I have like 6,000 and something. Because over 4,000, over 4,500 of those are from a 5-second deer clip, a clip of a deer, a baby deer.
Did you see Chad's video he did with that? I'm gonna see
yes, yeah.
You did see Chad's?
Wow. I have to get a baby deer. Yeah.
Is it like a really, really short video? Like 15 seconds
It's a
long?
very short video. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That honestly doesn't surprise me at all. It's like, hey, it's a video of a cute baby deer. Algorithm.
Boom. It just blew up. And I was like, I'm sorry for all these people that just subbed to me. They have no idea what they just subbed to. But oh well.
But
look,
I mean, people don't usually they don't usually sub just because they watch a video.
Yeah,
That is true. When I click on a short, I don't normally do that either.
Yeah.
It just goes through. It is a very cute video of the deer, though.
But my guess, because this is like my thing too, is like if I see a video like that, sometimes I'm just curious enough to see like, well, what other stuff does this guy do? And then they hear it, and then they latch onto it, and then sub. So
yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much what the YouTube mindset is. I mean, that's the same reason that I got into Paul Vanderklay.
We're live streaming to your channel, and like, you don't get that many views.
No.
Ouch! Ouch!
No, it's true. I think my biggest video, my biggest like full length video that also got me a bunch of subs was probably another older one where I ranted about Biden using the term MAGA extremists to whatever.
I watched that one apparently. Yeah.
Biden's speech.
Yeah. Yep.
All right,
I got me quite a few subscribers.
All right, I now have to watch your Minecraft video at some point.
He has a Minecraft
It's
video?
a short one.
He does have a Minecraft video. It's great.
It's a pretty short one, but I'm thinking about doing some more stuff like that at some point. I have no idea.
Oh, you do shorts and stuff. I've never done shorts.
I did a lot of shorts for a while, and then I haven't.
895,000 views. Okay, that is incredibly cute.
Yeah, that's a good short. Wow. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
Play Chad's video he did on it. If you can pull that up, Friday Morning Aimless. It's pretty funny.
Friday morning.
Okay, you play on Bedrock Edition?
I cycle through a bunch of different ones. So like on that, I was playing Bedrock. On the PC. I usually play on the Switch with my daughter though.
Where is it? It has the deer on the front of it. Which one is it? Do you know? Was it a short? It might be a short he did on that one.
I think it was a short. Yeah, I think.
Oh,
there it is. Yeah.
But the year before, the change of the name, and many of you know Chad. He's a fixture here in the corner, and his channel has all of 467 subscribers. And I'm always a little trepidation.
No, what? Be the flame, not the what? I don't get it.
I think it's just the amount of views.
Oh, yeah. 46,000 likes.
What the change the name. And many of you know Chad. He's a fixture here in the corner, and his channel has all of 467 subscribers. And I'm always a little trepidation.
That's all it is. It just repeats, but
Look, Jacob, you have a cat. You could do this.
Hey, why do you think I got the cat?
Yeah, you
just
just
film it doing the cutest darn thing ever, make it into a short, boom.
You know what? Shorts have actually gotten a surprising number of views and likes, nowhere near the deer thing, but consistently mushrooms. There must be like a bunch of people that are just obsessed with mushrooms, because I would like find these like cool looking mushrooms outside. So I'm like, what the hell? I record a little like 5-second clip, upload it, and then like without fail, they usually get like at least a couple thousand views or something.
Do like splice it together of you finding one, eating one, and then like the effects later or something, and just see what happens.
I could have sworn this whole experience right now has just been a hallucination.
Oh yeah. What's the saying? Is F around and find out, or something like that?
Well, several people have told me that I would have many more subscribers if, as opposed to being like yeah, Christianity is wrong. I was like, Christianity is right. I might get a lot more people willing to actually subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, do it. Sell your soul. Sell your soul.
For
It's funny,
clicks.
I'm like very, very far from monetization though, which is the funny thing. Right? So I have like all these subscribers. I'm very far from monetization.
Oh, you don't have the watch hours. Oh,
Yep.
I have 20,000 watch hours every year.
Wait, how do you do that? How do you even look at that? I don't even know how to do that.
This is my channel over the last 90 days. 13,000 views. Are you guys looking at it? You guys aren't.
I cannot see it yet.
Oh,
there you go. Here, I'll make it bigger.
Look at all like cash
analytics.
you're raking in.
Yeah. Oh no, that money is all from CW. Like, this is what I actually get.
Look at the cash you're raking in.
Yeah, 57 cents a week. Right? But like the $50 is from CW.
It was
like
a super chat.
Did a super chat, and like the rest of my channel for the last year has gotten $10. But 15,000 watch hours just in the past year.
Wait, I'm assuming you're putting the super chats to Fountain of Comfort.
Well, he didn't send them to Fountain of Comfort.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Although I have to say, like, I have put in so much more money into Fountain of Comfort than Fountain of Comfort is actually getting.
that probably is true.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, Fountain of Comfort owes me a few $1,000s right now, but that's fine because whatever.
Look, I'm trying.
That's how it works. That's how it works. My sister's ministry probably owes her way more than that at this point.
Yeah, 50% of all of our
$30,000.
donations come from Garth. So
what?
Whoa.
Look, I have a great job. It's like I can pay all my bills. It's like I got cash.
The anonymous donor just outed
anonymous.
On Christian's GoFundMe. No, we just were looking at his GoFundMe earlier, and we're like, "Who's this anonymous donor giving all this money?"
Well, there's
it's either Arthur Bruce. Arthur Bruce. No, I don't know who this Bruce guy is, but he was on PBK's thing giving out.
Oh, Bruce? Money. Yeah, Bruce has been on my channel a few times. I like Bruce, despite the fact that he's a Reformed Baptist.
Oh, I just like him for his money. I'm just kidding.
I
also smokes a cigar all the time.
I don't know if Bruce likes you though.
Bruce claims to love everyone, but Christians always do that, and usually they're lying.
You know what? I have to say it's sad, but some of them are like that. That is true.
There are definitely people who are like, I definitely love my enemies. I love all of them.
and then they actually get in the weeds, and it's like, oh, I don't like this guy. So, but anyway, yeah.
You only have to listen for a little while, and then, yep.
You can tell what they mean by loving their enemies. Yeah.
So quiet.
So how come you're free to speak Christian? You usually aren't.
The wife has a cold. She has an incessant cough right now. And she's like, you probably want to sleep downstairs. And I said, yeah, I probably do. But I'm wide awake. So, and then Jason was like, oh, I'm going to start up a live stream. I said, this is perfect. So.
In the man cave.
Here I am. Yeah, basically.
What time is it on the East Coast right now? It's like midnight?
1:30.
1:30. Yeah. And you're wide awake, Christian. You're wide awake.
You know what we should be doing instead? We should be digging a tunnel somewhere.
That's right.
I would much rather do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, So Jacob, when I actually first saw on the Discord server the news about that stuff, and I'm like, what? I was so confused. I'm like, what on earth is going on? Like, why did the police show up with a truck? Like, why are they smashing down walls? They all seem like Jews to me. It's like anyway. So I eventually
and the chanting. I mean, I'm not sure you guys realize that, like, these people, they have a chant that is kind of their slogan, which they also put up on all the walls and stuff. And like, they think the most important thing anyone can do is run around chanting this chant they have, right? Long live the king, right? And yeah,
What?
it's the chant is
about the
literally, yeah.
Oh, okay.
About how the Rebbe is still alive. Yeah.
Long live the king. That's a good chant. I like it. I support it. I support the tunnel. I support the chant. I'm convinced.
You really sound convinced to me. And so like they're getting arrested, and as each one gets pulled out of the tunnel to get arrested, he starts chanting. I hate that chant.
Man.
The funny thing is, what apparently they were digging that tunnel when Jonathan. So I don't know if you guys remember, Jonathan, like 3 months ago, went to 770. Went to that. I sent him to that synagogue, to where he accepted being a Noahide.
Oh yeah, I remember
at that synagogue.
Story. Yep, yeah.
Yeah, that's where he was when he took that picture that's on that video. And like, apparently they were digging that tunnel when he was there. And of course he didn't know anything about it.
There was what someone posted. I don't know if it's a real tweet, but someone posted that I keep hearing Yiddish under the floor in my New York apartment. I live at ground level and we have no basement. And another one that said, "I am not crazy." Which,
yeah, people have been making. Yeah, I believe that one is. I mean, the memes channel on my Discord has several of the better memes about it. And yeah, I mean, I can appreciate the laughing at it. At the same time, yesterday I was actually in tears.
Right.
So, yeah. It's sad because it's very, very obvious that, like, the Rebbe, like, this is caused by the fact that the Rebbe passed and nobody has taken his place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm very. Yeah. It would be very interesting to see what the because obviously this has got to be like investigated by the police.
You know, I don't know how much the New York Police Department is interested in investigating in the Hasidic community. Like, this is part of the thing, is like, the Hasidic community, there's a reason the police haven't been called until now. Like, I think it was about 12 years ago that Rabbi Krinsky tried to go pray downstairs, and they physically kicked him out. And like, this is the guy who's officially like the leader, like legally it's his building pretty much. Like, he's the chairman of the nonprofit that runs supposedly the building, right? But they physically kicked him out.
Right.
And like, if he had wanted to, he could have called the police, but he hasn't, and it's
because it would just create more tension and
hatred, and like, the thing is, like, the responsible rabbis in Chabad are like, we don't care. These are a bunch of like hoodlums who spend all their entire life in that synagogue praying, and let them pray. I mean, why do I want to stop them from praying, right? At the same time, it's like, then they do shit like this. right? And
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, the police in this case had to get involved because.
Oh, no! Chabad ended up calling the police.
Yes, right.
So it was Chabad that called the police on them because apparently they found out about this tunnel about a week ago, and they brought in structural engineers, and the structural engineers were like, "Yeah, this needs to be filled in," and so like they had no choice. And yeah, I mean, it's like it's allowing a bad situation to fester, and yeah, you don't want it. You don't want to deal with it. You're like, oh, they're just kids, or oh, they're just unfortunate people. Like it's kind of like in Los Angeles. You guys, did you hear about the homeless people camping under the 10 freeway? That there was a fire and the 10 freeway collapsed.
No, are you kidding? Oh wow. Okay, I gotta look up this story.
Yeah, this was only a few months ago. And so the 10 freeway is the major artery by which things get shipped east from the port of Los Angeles. About a third of all the imports into the United States come in through the port of Los Angeles, right? And yeah, a lot of them end up on trains. A lot of them but the 10 freeway is the main thoroughfare east out of Los Angeles and the port of Los Angeles. And there were homeless people who...
Wow.
Yeah. Do you want to pull it up?
Yeah, I just found a... Well, yeah, it's a CNN article.
Put it on screen.
Present, share screen. Here we go. Hopefully this is the right one. Let's see. November 14th, 2023. Is this it?
Yeah, it did not take 3 to 5 weeks. It was actually much quicker for them to but yeah, there was a fire at one of the homeless camps underneath one of the interchanges because everywhere in Los Angeles there's homeless camping under every freeway overpass. And the fire structurally weakened, and there was a collapse of a section of the 10 freeway.
Determine the section affected not need to be demolished and replaced, allowing workers to focus. Okay. You're saying this at some point eventually collapsed?
I thought there was a collapse. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, just
it was
based
only
on this...
closed for a few days.
Sure, yeah.
So maybe it didn't actually collapse, or
it looks like that.
Initially, they said they were going to have to demolish it.
Let's see. Inspectors determined the section would not need to be demolished and replaced, allowing workers to focus instead on repairing the existing structure. Newsom told reporters. That means reopening the freeways will take a matter of weeks, he said, rather than the months-long endeavor some were initially bracing for. So I guess according to this article that it did not collapse, and they are just basically rebuilding the parts that are already there. Oh, here's some more pictures right there. Wow, it's just all black. That's crazy.
Wow. I mean, there was a whole homeless encampment underneath it, and it went ablaze. And by the way, like these fires, people die in these fires. Several homeless people have died in. I was once evacuated because there was a forest fire near where I used to live because of homeless fires. Like homeless fires cause a lot of problems in Los Angeles, and nobody wants to talk about it. But like that's what happens when you don't pay attention to the dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you? Okay, so this is like somewhat related. A coworker showed me a video today, actually, of a gas leak that happened in South Korea. But the gas leak like went all the way out into the streets, like in some neighborhood. And there's footage of this. Actually, hold on. Is this? Yeah, I think this is it. let me find it. But he showed me the video of it, and it just whoosh, like just everything just suddenly turned to fire. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Gas.
Fires spread with flammable material. What can I say? And like, if you've ever seen any of these homeless encampments, like they cleared out the one I walked by every single day, finally. But I mean, they're just trash heaps.
I believe it. I wouldn't mind being homeless if it was in the woods. I would hate. I just don't like cities, man. I would hate to be homeless in a city.
Well, there's a reason why the homeless end up in cities, because the ones who are out in the woods end up dying.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it's like, you know what? It's like cities are like hubs for like, well, homeless care.
Well, I think if you're out in the woods and you were homeless, you'd eventually not be homeless because you'd have to learn to survive, which would probably mean building a shelter of some sort. And then, well, you could probably live in a tent for a good while. If you did.
Yeah. I mean, you could definitely easily get away with living in a tent in a more rural area than in a city.
Yeah, but where are you going to eat and where are you going to poop?
Well, the world is your toilet
Eat the
at
mushrooms.
that point.
Yeah. If you haven't pooped outside, you've got to try it.
You gotta find a cow and drink the raw milk.
Yeah.
I won't bring that discussion, but that was pretty good. But I mean, yeah.
There's bugs.
There you go,
Hakuna
Jason.
Matata.
If you don't want to live long, all you have to do is drink raw milk.
That's right.
Well, actually, now that you bring this up, Jason, honestly, a big thing that's been happening, especially in parts of like the South, West Virginia, and whatnot, is that there are tons of people living in West Virginia who are they're poor in a set, like, well, they live off welfare checks basically. Like they live in small like towns where it's like there's very, very few jobs. Like the only decent job around is literally working in the coal mines, and then everyone else just lives off welfare checks. And these people who live off welfare checks, it's like, are the same type of people who are very, very susceptible to drug abuse. And it's a big spreading issue that the South has been dealing with now. So,
yeah, West Virginia's.
See, that helped me out, man. I'm trying to convince my wife to move to West Virginia because I work remote as a software developer, and I feel like the equivalent of a millionaire in West Virginia right now. So,
well,
I know
West Virginia is gorgeous, so pretty.
Well, I mean, Christian, you could probably get away with it, to be honest.
You should come out and visit Los Angeles.
You should visit India. Let's go to India. Again, I've been told
a lot of my coworkers are in India right now.
Well, you got to keep your American job. You don't want to work for rupees, that's for sure. You take your American money and convert it to rupees, and then you're rich. No, but you could live over there pretty nicely. If you can live in West Virginia nicely, you could live in it very nicely.
Yeah, but there's a slight problem, which is the economy in India sucks.
It's a free country. You can throw your trash on the ground. It's liberating. It feels so wrong when you do it the first time. They're like I had a coat. I was like, what do I do with it? And they're like, throw it on the ground. I was like, I don't know if I can do this. And they're like, it's a free country. You have to do it. And then I did it. And it feels awful the first time, but then you get used to it. It's kind of fun.
Okay,
I like that phrase. It's a free country. You have to do it.
Okay, I found
they didn't say you have to.
I found the video.
They urged me to.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I found the video. So this is apparently at a charging station in South Korea. That's gas, by the way.
What? Whoa. Ooh.
Just everything. Just immediately fire. Like, absolutely crazy.
Yeah. That's pretty scary. Oh, but the other thing about India, though, they told me that is if you own your land, you own your land. You don't have to pay taxes on it or anything, and the government can't do anything to take it from you. They were kind of surprised when I was telling them about how we have to pay taxes here, like land tax, and how if the government wants to build a railroad, you're kind of shit out of luck. They were like,
there's no like minor
Eminent
property
domain?
tax.
Well, there's no
They said-
property tax in India. The fact is,
Oh,
in
okay.
India, like, India's so messed up. It is so messed up. You wouldn't believe it. But I was traveling with my parents. We drove all the way up to Vancouver and back, and we would stop at the rest stops, right, along the way. And my dad was absolutely amazed at these rest stops, and he's like, in Iran, these places would be completely trashed because nobody would, like, people would just throw their trash all over the place because everybody would be like, nobody else is doing it. Everybody else is trashing everything. Right. And he's like, it's just a difference of culture. Like, you can have a culture where everybody doesn't trash things, or you can have a culture where everybody trashes everything, but you can't have a culture that, like, you can't be like, oh, I'm going to go to India and not trash shit.
You could try.
That's why India is a shithole country.
I've actually heard of a TED Talk of a guy who literally wore a mask to disguise himself to not get bombarded, and his TED Talk was all about how it's like methods of trying to make India like a cleaner place, because he's like, look, there's the stereotype and it's real, and people hate to admit it, but it's real for a reason. And he shows all this footage and whatnot. But his whole thing was that is that they decorated parts of like the street that originally were like super dirty, and because they were decorated with something, that people were less likely to, like, take a crap in that area. So
yeah, broken windows theory.
Yeah, I don't know how far it's gotten, but I just remember seeing that like a few years ago. But yeah. It's real.
Yeah, and frankly, it bothers me that the U.S. seems to be losing a lot of that culture because, I have to say, like, just too much immigration and too much Americans not actually valuing their own culture. It just, like, when I first came to the United States, for a very long time, even when I was politically involved in high school and stuff, anytime immigration came up, I would, is that Claire Caw? I think this might be Claire.
I don't know what was going on over here.
Well, if it is, hi Claire, nice to see you.
So I used to, whenever immigration used to come up, I used to say, as an immigrant, I feel like I shouldn't get involved because I am very grateful that Americans gave me the opportunity to come live in this country, and it would be too much in my own interest for me to advocate for immigration or not, right? Even though, like, yes, I believe, I obviously, like, I don't want to close the door behind me, right? At the same time, now I've started being like, no, I'm sorry. It's the immigrants who have to talk because the Americans have no effing clue, like, how valuable, like, being an American is and living in America is. And, like, so I jokingly say we need to get rid of birthright citizenship. Everyone needs to leave the United States and apply to get back in. Like, I don't care. If you're born to American parents, you need to go to some other country and apply to get back in if you want to come back in, right? You only get to live here if as an 18-year-old, you're like, I want to live in the United States, and then once you're back here, we're like, you asked.
Yeah. Well, and it's like something I've always so at the place I'm at work, we have janitors. And it's like I can clearly tell that these janitors are like Mexican immigrants. Like period. Like a good portion of them like can barely speak some English, and some of them like don't even speak like, fluent English at all. Yeah. And it's like these people are like reserved to this like class that they are like pretty much stuck in because they can't like ever fully integrate with the rest of the culture. And that's what really, really always irks me with anything having to do with mass migration.
And I mean, it is a form of basically slavery, because there's a reason why janitors, why it's immigrants who are gardeners and janitors, because gardeners and janitors are classified not as employees, but as independent contractors, right?
Yep. Yeah,
and
that's exactly how it is.
They're paid less than minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact is, no American would work that hard for less than minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget. I used to prepare taxes, and somebody came for me to prepare his taxes, and I'm like, well, you don't earn very much. Why don't you go to one of the free tax preparation places? And he's like, no, I want to pay my taxes, right? I'm like, okay. So I do his taxes. The guy worked 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. He earned $8,000 a year.
What? That's nuts.
And he was this young guy. He was working in construction, right?
And where
a construction job? Oh my goodness.
In Los Angeles. No, so listen to this. So I said to him, dude, well, first of all, most people would not bother to pay their taxes when they earn $8,000 a year. But he was adamant. He wanted to pay his taxes, right? He's like, I am grateful to be in this country. I want to pay my taxes, right? Like I sometimes get tears in my eyes talking about this guy. And I said to him, with your income, you qualify for a lot of services. Like you could get free Medi-Cal, you could get food stamps, you could get, and he's like, no, I don't want anything from anybody. I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm working, and I found an apartment for $300 a month, and I can send money back to my parents, and I'm just grateful to be here.
That man is a legend.
I know. We have found a Renaissance man now.
Nope.
Well, honestly, he was this guy who had come to the United States, and he was like, he realized how much better his life was because he was here. By the way, this conversation was completely in Spanish because he didn't speak English, obviously. But he was, it just killed me. He was working 6 days a week, 10 hours. How much did it come out to be an hour?
Oh, whoops. Okay, I can hear. Hold on. I only did it for the month, which it was about $660 a month. So he could pay his rent. So
yeah, so he was paying $300 in rent, and I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing he was probably spending $100 on food and sending the rest of the money back to his parents in whatever country he was from.
So hold on. So that's sorry.
So it was 8,000 here. I'll do the calculations. He was making $8,000 a year for 52 weeks.
Oh, yep,
right?
52 weeks.
And he was working 60 hours a week. So that was
$2.56.
Yeah. So basically, they were paying him $2.50 an hour.
Crazy.
Crazy. Yeah.
Dang. But that's what I mean with even like converting US dollars to rupees though. Like you can, if you send money somewhere else, like you can do so much with it.
Oh,
That's just like
that's
chump
actually very true.
change to us, because like even with my sister's ministry, your car project, like I mean, I think I can't remember how much it was. It was maybe $4,000 somewhere around there tops, and they built like a school in India. So we're not like a big school. But I mean, I've been there, I've seen it, and they probably like 70 kids go there, and I mean, just with she raised money once. I think it was maybe $2,000. They fed an entire village for a month of like 300 people. Just like rice, and beans and stuff during COVID. But it's just like with just a little bit of money, it goes so much farther in other countries.
One person can eat like a lot of the average middle. Well, I mean, I would think the average middle income American could donate $2,000 to do that.
So
Yeah.
the per capita GDP per capita of India is $2,393 US dollars.
Year per year.
So $3,000, and you're living with $3,000 US. You can live according to a middle lifestyle in India.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Even being over there, like I would go like buy something, and they'd be like, "This is costly. It's so expensive." I'd just be like, "In the U.S., it is probably 10 times as much. Like, let me buy you an ice cream. Let me buy you a soda. This is like so cheap over here. Like, not a big deal."
I had a buddy, I had a coworker when I worked in human services, caring for disabled youth. I had this guy who he worked at 3 different places that offered those kind of services. He worked at Devereux, which is a place I worked at, and then 2 other places. And he's from Kenya, and he would show me every once in a while pictures of his family building their house in Kenya with the money that he's making in America, and it was like a mansion.
Yeah,
it's gigantic.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah. And frankly, I mean, one of the things that COVID has done has really accelerated the capacity of people to work from home. Mm-hmm. And Americans, first of all, spreading out of the cities, I think is going to be much better for America. But also, like, more and more people working in other countries, I think it's going to help reduce the migrant crisis. But
that's what I was mentioning that the other day too. I mentioned that to, I think it was Peter in our group chat, and even to my sister too. Like, I feel like we're probably going to see more of that. Because who was that one guy? He used to come on your channel for a while, and he was basically doing that in another country. I can't remember his name now.
Oh, Sterling?
Yeah, he was doing that. I've heard of other people doing that, moving to other countries now where they just they keep their same job, work remotely, and live somewhere else. And it really,
or just
even if you are living like a king,
yeah.
I mean, but even if you're living a king somewhere else in another country, you're still profiting them because you're spending that money over there and boosting their economy. And so it's just,
Well, this is so I actually, for me, studying economics, actually knowing how economics works was really important. And the number one thing people don't understand is creation of wealth. Like, how do you create wealth, right? And like,
I want to know. Tell me.
Well, Jason,
does it grow on trees?
Yes, it actually does. It actually does. Yes, so, okay,
I know it.
Let's talk about creating wealth. You go and plant a tree in your backyard.
All right, I've tried this.
It
hasn't worked.
Those apple trees. So let's say you plant an apple tree in your backyard, right? And you start growing apples. Right? And all that happens is you no longer buy apples. you have reduced the price of apples for everyone in the world by a tiny bit, and certainly for people around you, because now because the supply of apples has gone up and the demand has gone down. Right?
Gotcha.
I've been to an apple orchard. This is true. Sorry. Go ahead.
And so, but let's say somebody comes. So this is how I disprove the stupid idea that people have of if you have money, it must have you must have taken it from someone else, because they have this zero sum idea of wealth, and it's like, no, if I chop down your apple tree, that doesn't mean there will be wealth somewhere else. You just destroyed that wealth, right? Or if I just let the apples rot on your tree, right? Then it's like that wealth is not there. But then the real question actually becomes, how do you value something as wealth? So separate value from wealth, right? So an apple is wealth, because until it rots or until you eat it, it's wealth. Right now, a fresh apple is wealth, right? But what's the value of that wealth? And the only answer we've been able to come up with is what's called the price value of wealth, which is that the value of something is the price of it on the open market. How much you can sell that apple is what it's worth. And the price theory of value is obviously wrong and stupid. It's obviously wrong and stupid, because those things which you value the most are those things which you are not willing to sell at all. Right? But it's the best measure we have. And that's how we ended up with such stupid things as two income families, right? It used to be that people realized your wife at home is creating a ton of value.
That's right. Yep.
Right? But since we started only looking at gross domestic product in terms of in terms of the dollar value of it, it's like when your wife takes care of your kids, that's not value apparently. But if you pay somebody else to take care of your kids, it is. Right? So when you take care of your own kids, you're not creating wealth. But if you take care of someone else's kids, and it's gotten so crazy. So in California, if a child has special needs, the state will pay for in-home supportive services, right? They will pay for somebody to come help you with your child. But if you go get the same training and do the work yourself, you can't claim that income because it's your own kid.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's like, okay, can we like just recognize for 2 seconds that, like, yes, the price theory of value is the best theory of value we have. It's the only one you can work with, but it's obviously wrong. And we as intelligent human beings should be able to say, okay, this doesn't work. It just fails in X, Y, or Z situation. But part of the problem is people just want numbers on things. They want things quantified. And when you tell them, I can't quantify this, their answer is do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we fix this? Do we just move to other countries? Move to India, find an Indian wife?
Have better moms. That's the solution.
I think part of it is going back to recognizing that theology is the queen of the sciences, and realizing that our society's ethics needs to be led by our religious leaders, because it is a religious leader that can say, this is not a question of economics.
Mhm.
This is no, I don't care what them like. Okay, so we talk about you can't put a price on life. I work in the health and life insurance industry. Like, that's all we do is put price on life. Right? That is precisely what we do. Is like that's what the actuaries get paid for, like quantifying the dollar value of life, right? So, and this was a stupid Republican thing that Palin led. When they passed Obamacare, they made it illegal for the United States to make health decisions based on what's called quality adjusted life years. So the way in England, for example, they decide whether or not they're going to pay for an operation is the only way you really can, which is dollars per quality adjusted life years, right? So if the operation is going to result in a 20-year-old living another 40 years, right? And you set your limit at $1 million per quality adjusted life year, right? So you would say that if the operation costs more than $40 million, we're not going to pay for it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
okay. Now, the fact is, $1 million per quali is absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous because we would never pay $1 million. Like, we're not going to give you $40 million to live your next 40 years, right? So paying $40 million to save your life, if you can afford it, fine, that's great. But society spending $1 million per quality adjusted life year, like, I could spend that $1 million and get 1,000 life years easy with $1 million, right? You give free lunches at schools to kids. That's already like, so yeah, so $60,000 a year. Like, the fact is, if we were being sensible, our medical procedures would be $10,000 per quality adjusted life year. That's actually a sensible amount. But what we do now is we say that anything that's over $1 million per quality adjusted life year is experimental. So people wonder why the insurance companies call something experimental. They're like, it's not experimental, it's just expensive. And it's like, yeah, that's how we get around like saying this is too expensive, right? And frankly, like, okay, if you want to pay for a medical procedure that's very expensive, you go right ahead. It's just like, don't expect the government to pay for everybody. Like, yeah, anyway, so having these types of ethical questions be religious questions for an ethics board makes a lot of sense. But we live in a society where you can't say, you know what, I think the priest needs to decide whether or not we're going to pull the plug on grandma.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think priests and pastors and whatnot are necessarily trained for this stuff either. So there's, well,
Yeah.
I mean, you might get some, but
it's
at least to all the churches that I've been to,
it's not a matter of training, Garth. It's ultimately, when you're a pastor, you realize where money, like, you realize, okay, spending $1 million to keep this 80-year-old woman alive another year, like, there's a lot of things I could do with that $1 million that would benefit everyone in my flock. for, right?
For a
And
lot more years, yeah.
For a lot more
Yeah.
years. And let's face it, like, she's 80, like, okay, or 90 or 100, right? And these are the types of decisions that you can't make quantitatively. And people want to make all decisions quantitatively. And then they don't want to make them because then they talk about you can't put a price on a life.
Well, they do it because it's safe to them, right? Because it's like, well, look, we know because this number bigger than other number, and it's like, and they put it forth to you as if like, well, you can't argue about it because big number.
So, I mean, although we did not do the quality analysis when we talked about COVID, people were like, if it saves one life, it's worth it to shut down the entire economy.
Well, if my life was worth $1 million, I thought you'd kill me. You could have $1 million.
I love the spot that your cat is in up there on top.
Oh, up there?
I don't.
With all the
Yeah,
lights
she
coming
actually
towards
usually
it.
goes to the other one. She, for some reason, so I have two identical bookcases, and she found out a way of getting onto that one, and she liked it there. So that's why she no longer goes into the Valley of the Shadow of Death, although she used to spend a lot of time there. But apparently today she's decided she really likes that light. Yeah.
Well, guys, I might have to hop off here. It's getting pretty late. It's after 2 a.m. But
okay.
I'll try to tune into Hezzy's discussion too. Well, you guys keep going. I just, I gotta hop out though.
All right. Bye,
It was nice meeting you.
All right.
Good seeing you.
Okay, Jason.
It's good seeing you too.
Yeah,
I always enjoy getting to talk to you, Garth, and everything.
Oh yeah.
Good seeing all of you.
Yeah, I'll have some funny comments for you in the chat. So.
All right. Well, good night, everybody. Good night. Love you all. I'm leaving.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off too, guys. It's my wide awakeness is fading fast now. So.
Okay.
Good night.
It was a pleasure.
It was. You should jump on more often when you have time.
I can stay on. I can stay on for like a couple more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty late here too. But how have you been? How are things?
Things have been going good. Also, I want to make a comment. Hezzy, talk about the what was it? There's some guy in Europe who invented suicide pods. So, have you heard about this, Jacob?
Suicide what?
Suicide. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Here we go. Share screen. Yes. Here we go. So, controversial Sarko suicide capsule that kills peacefully in 5 minutes gets go ahead. You go in and you die in 5 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So, yes.
It's carbon monoxide?
Nitrogen fills it, quickly bringing oxygen down from 21% to only 1% in about 30 seconds.
Wow, and now, you can make it with a 3D printer?
Wait, is
that's apparently what they were saying.
Depth to it can be an outdoor.
I actually saw like on screen earlier.
It's in Switzerland. Yep.
It said something about a 3D printer.
I don't know if these pods can be made via 3D printer, but anyway, yeah, they are suicide pods.
Yeah, it says 3D here.
Did I miss it? Hold on.
Yeah, the company behind a 3D printed pod, which can help you carry out assisted suicide, has said it is confident it could be used in Switzerland as early as next year.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you can print it out with a 3D printer.
Well, I mean, there's probably everything. I feel like there's some like electrical components or whatnot that it's like you can't, you would have to like do that. Also,
why would you need electrical components? I mean,
I don't look. Okay. Look, there's like a little like button with a light on it, and there's another button right there. So, which I'm assuming is like, hey, that's like this is just me guessing that it's an emergency button of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm assuming there's also tubing that you have to put in for the gas as well. Also, you need another device to basically, circulate the air to take all the oxygen out. So I'm assuming it's like not anyone can make this. This is only being made at one company in Switzerland. But yeah, because what is it? Oh shoot, they just said it. Dignified death has been like a big thing that's been going around.
Yeah.
And it's I can't tell you how sad it is. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, that is the suicide pods. But okay, enough of that. As far as life has been going pretty good. It's been a pretty, stable routine of working Monday through Thursday. And then Friday, I actually have the day to myself, but I usually spend most of that time doing housework.
Mm. Wow, you do housework.
I do housework. And it's snowing, which is another thing. Yeah, housework or car maintenance or, just cooking or whatever. And then Saturday, I drive to my girlfriend's place. And then on Sunday, I do church. And then after church, we actually come to my place. And we've started to cook together. So
nice.
So yeah, it's been good. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Something I do have to admit is that for a while I have had a I don't know if I would say video game addiction, because I would say if I calculated the hours of video games I play every week, I would say it would be maybe 3 or 4 hours per week.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried, and I've been playing this Bloons Tower Defense game, but I'm like, okay, I gotta stop playing this game. So what I did is I bought another game that isn't endless. So it's it has a start point and an end point. And then that I find pretty engaging. It's called the Talos Principle. It's actually a really interesting game, but it's okay, I'll play this game, and then once I'm done with this game, I'll get that satisfaction, and then I can set video games down for a bit. And then I can find, because a lot of it has to do with, I want to try to find the enjoyment of doing other things.
Mm-hmm.
So
I actually just finished. I took a video game addiction course as part of my substance abuse counseling courses. And it's not an official addiction, but anything can be considered an addiction if it negatively impacts your life, which I'm guessing your playing video games doesn't really do.
No, this is my mindset is I want, for me personally, it's I want to spend less time playing video games to do other things that in my mind, I think are more important.
Okay.
But just
now, do you have trouble doing that?
Oh, like doing those other things?
Trouble stop. Like, are you sometimes playing a video game and you're like, I really shouldn't be, but you can't stop yourself?
No, I feel like I can stop myself pretty well. I think. Like, I don't think it's like uncontrollable or anything like that. It's like I don't go on like video game binges, but it's like maybe on Fridays it's like, hey, it's like I got all my work done, so I'll go play video games for 2 hours or something like that.
Honestly, like, this doesn't sound in any way problematic to me.
It doesn't, and it's not. So like, but to me, in my own head, it's like it's like I'm thinking like an economist, where it's like, instead of playing video games, it's like I could be like reading some like really good material.
Yeah, the opportunity cost is real, but you also have to remember recreation.
Yes, but here's what I want to do, right? I want to get to the point where I can sit down and read a book, and then this is my recreation. That this feels like recreation. Like, that's what I want to do. It doesn't have to be like high, like thought philosophy or anything. It's like maybe just like a novel or something like that, right?
Okay, so what sounds like is stimulation by video games is very good at stimulating especially male responses, right? You're getting that adrenaline rush that, like, yeah, sitting and reading a book just isn't going to give you, because it's not a bright light that like is flashing, and you're not. And I mean, I'm guessing you play first person shooters.
No, actually, it's
what do you play?
So, I used to play Bloons Tower Defense, which is just a tower defense game. But the game.
By the way, I downloaded this tower defense app. It's excellent.
I don't know, Bloons. I don't know.
No, not Bloons. This one's much better.
I get that, but it's like I don't know. I've heard a lot of people say that Bloons Tower Defense is like the pinnacle of like tower defense games.
Yeah. I mean, I get. I think this one's called Maze Defenders. I don't know if it's available on PC, but it is on Android, and it's by an individual. It's a Unity game. It's by an individual developer, and I've been really impressed. And I'm a kind of a connoisseur of tower defense games.
It's not on Steam. I just tried to look it up. It's not there. So, Maze Defenders. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's a phone game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, you can play Bloons Tower Defense 6 on your phone. It's actually PC and phone. But okay.
Yeah, I never liked Bloons. I mean, I don't know if I've played Bloons 6.
I will say it definitely has a learning curve to it.
Okay.
And so that's why it's like it can be very off-putting for some people.
Mm.
But if you're willing to like really dig in there, then oh man, it's like it's so much fun.
Yeah, I really like tower defense games because I think there's just something that it does. I do think it's a male game.
Okay, I want to try something. I want to see if I could stream my game to StreamYard.
You need to use OBS for that.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I can't screen share?
You should be able to do screen share thing. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try it. Let's see. Okay, I've got it running. Oh, wait, hold on. The volume's going to be really loud. Yep, it's loud. Okay, I'm going to turn that down. The volume's always loud when I got my headphones in. Okay. Present, share screen. Well, I can do the window.
Yeah. But then you wouldn't be able to. But if you're doing window, you can't share the sound on a window.
Oh, I can't?
Nope.
Okay. Shoot. So let's see. Stop screen share. Share screen.
You can only share the sound on StreamYard if it's it's your entire screen or it's your it's a window. It's a tab.
Yeah, I can do entire screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what this is. And then click this. So let's see. Yep. Yeah, there it is. Yep.
I'm not hearing anything.
Hold on. Let me. Okay, it's gonna be loud for me, but let's see if this works.
I'm not hearing anything.
No. Okay. Well, anyway. Okay. Huh. Well,
did you check the box to also share system audio? You have to do that.
Oh. Let's see. Is it not let's see, stereo audio?
No. Go back to StreamYard.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm in StreamYard.
Okay. Stop sharing.
Oh, okay. Stop sharing.
Present, share screen.
Yep.
When you're on the entire screen,
yep.
On the bottom, you see where it says also share system audio. You have to click that.
Yep. All right. Take 2. And pull that back up.
Yeah, now I can hear.
Okay. So this is like actually a first-person puzzle game, just like Portal.
Hmm.
And actually, it's very interesting because this. Wait, where am I? Yes, I'm on this puzzle right here. So basically, you are this like robot, I guess, and you're basically going through here solving these puzzles. But when you like first enter into the game, the first thing you hear is "I am Elohim and I am your creator."
Mm-hmm.
So there's kind of a story behind this game, but
sounds like it's been made by a member of the LDS.
No, it's not even because these are the same people that made Serious Sam, and if you know what that game is, it's definitely not made by Mormons.
Okay.
So actually, I solved this puzzle in my head at work, so I might just solve this now. So let's see.
Well, what kind of puzzles? Like, what exactly are you?
So here, I'll show you. So basically, I have to get this little like Tetris piece that's at the end of the puzzle. That's actually over there.
Okay.
But in order to do that, I have to solve this this puzzle, and these are like the easier ones at the beginning, but they actually get much tougher as you keep playing.
I don't get what you're doing.
Here, I'll explain. Here, I'll show you. It'll come together.
Okay.
So let's see. So basically, this right here is a laser that opens the door once this is powered.
Okay.
And then this is a jammer. So what this does is that this disables like certain things, like this door right here.
Okay.
So I can jam that, and now I can walk through it if I want to.
Okay.
So, but yes, that stays there. And then I'm gonna take this, and oh wait, I need to get the cube first. Hold on. So put that there, and then I need to jam this. And then I need to block this guy. Now that should be good. This connector, I believe, can stay in here. Yes. I'll keep that there. So that connector goes there. And then I can then connect that right there.
What's the name of this game?
The Talos principle.
Hmm.
So I can do this. And open that door. And then I use that for this. Aha! And then this is a little Tetris piece that I basically am collecting to advance to the next one.
Okay.
I'll get that.
Ta-da!
Yep, pretty much. And I solved the puzzle.
Okay. So what happens now?
You go to the next puzzle. And, I mean, you can also explore. So I think there's 2 different endings to this game. So the narrative of this game, and you may have heard it before, is where you may explore all the lands that Elohim has given you, but you may not go to the top of the tower. For there you will surely die, basically.
Okay, so Tower of Babel.
Yes. Now, I think there's 2 endings to this game. Now, the red pieces that are on the top of the screen that I just collected, those grant me more access to the tower, but I could also collect the stars, which I think the stars give me the good ending to this game. Which, the stars are actually much, much harder to find than just collecting the regular puzzle pieces, because the stars are a lot, like, less straightforward to get than regular pieces.
Okay.
So now, there's this little computer here. And so, this is where a lot of the narrative of the game comes from, is this computer. So, let's see. Oh, this is a survey to try to get certification for admin powers. But anyway, I'll just go through it. Now, this computer actually introduces you to a lot of like different philosophical concepts that the game throws at you. And this is where the Talos principle comes from. Because the Talos principle is basically the principle of, you may philosophize and have all the ideas you want, but at the end of the day, you live by your blood. Or you cannot live without blood.
Okay.
And based on your behavior, I think you were results to rate accuracy of the result out of 5. Certification. Why does being... So this is like philosophical question. Why does being a person matter to you? Why does being a person matter to you? I would say persons matter in, well, given the answers that I have here, I think this is probably the best one. Do you even know where you are? What do you know? So we could go Descartes on this. I know none of this is real. I know I exist. I know you exist. I know what century it is. I know I'm not on Earth.
I would go with the 2 + 2 = 4.
No, I'm not going to go with that one. That's a very poor answer.
Why?
2 + 2 = 4.
Yes. I believe you. I'm just wondering why.
Yeah. What do I know? Because I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's the most like. To me, it's like a trivial fact rather than it's trying to get at something deeper, right? 2 + 2 = 4, but it lacks perspective.
Okay. Okay. It's getting late.
Okay. All right. End stream.
I am going to end this stream.